Welcome in. Pick a plant. So, I think I'm gonna be doing a collective after I've done the pile selection. But I don't know how many messages will come through. Which is interesting I'm saying that, because why wouldn't message come through? So there could be something about receiving a message and the questioning of that, like why wouldn't there? Okay. So this is the pile selection. Welcome in. This is pile number 1, this cute little guy. Guys, 3 of them. Pile 2. I might change the camera view too in a moment so you can see them from different angles. Oh, maybe that's good enough, showing them around like this. This is pile 3. He's in a coconut bowl, so he wobbles. And pile 4. Cool. See you in the collective or at your piles. So, yeah, I'm not going to do a different angle for each of them. So, oh, I usually put the stuff for the piles on the side for when I'm doing each individual. The others go to the side, which is my bed currently. I guess they can just go on the left side, on the floor, because I don't fancy clearing up soil spillages. Not right now. Wow. Other than the table, that's fine. Some spillages are okay. They're not in the place of warmth and resting comfort. Okay. Candle! I'm gonna add some Maxwell's. Some wax melts. It just like keeps the candle for longer and it's fun to add stuff. Let's add 2 hearts. Cute! I kind of feel like adding all of them. So there could be something that you're feeling like you could keep going with. Something that feels like you don't get bored of it, or that it's never enough. But there's not a sense of it's never enough because I feel content with the 2. I just also feel like I could add however many I want. So if you are like wondering about like a particular quantity of something, it doesn't really matter. Like it's gonna be either the same result or it's gonna be the same, I want to say not necessarily the same result, but it's the same internal result, the same feeling of fullness. My fingers! Ouchie! Okay, that's fine. We'll scoop him out. I didn't want to like tilt it so much that the Maxwell's. I mean, wait, wax melts. What is that? Okay, I think I needed to say that again. Maxwell's. It's making me think of last time I said something that sounded like Maxwell, and I spoke about Nintendogs, so maybe that is significant here. Max or Nintendogs or games or Max. Oh, okay. I think that's probably more about it. Max as in the top, the most, because we're talking about quantities, so that fits in with it. Oh, would you look at that blackness on my hands and the table? Where's the source? Maybe you're asking like how you're getting so much of something. Like where's the source? Look at this. It's black. My white is blackening. Ah. Whoa. It really flew out in like chunks, so it's like it looks tiny, but actually when you scrape it, it's huge. Again, same thing of like the quantity isn't what counts here, because you'll get just as much from a tiny speck as you would if you drew like if you squelched loads of it out. Do I need to... I was gonna say shave this. Ooh! I have something to clean it with. Where's... I don't know. The plants made it so I wanted to zoom out more. Oh, I can't hide stuff on the side there. I'm getting something to clean that. Why am I using this? Why? I'm using something from my little bin, and it's something I literally just got from pile 4 to take out the wetness that I had found when I brought the mug up. And when it's like a toilet paper piece that like soaked up the, I was gonna call it juice, the water. We'll get a message from all this, don't you worry. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but why am I not going and getting a new one? Because this one has like dead gnats. Because there was like a pile of dead gnats behind pile 4's mug. So there's a lot to do with like blackening, something darkening, something maybe getting worse before it gets better. And perhaps that coming from a lack of understanding the simplicity and the fulfillment that can come from less. This is a feeling of less is more. But it's not even less is more, it's just like less is the same amount as your idea of more. There's not really a difference. Okay, I'm gonna get an actual thing, like dry piece sheet. Okay, so there's a sense of... What is it? Hey, look, this is an alive gnat. I forgot what the sense was. I think it's me saying that I forgot what the sense was. There's a feeling of having lost your way, feeling like you don't actually remember what the sense was anymore. You don't actually remember why you wanted something so badly, or you don't remember why you had your goal set on something so high as opposed to what you already had, or just a smaller amount or a smaller something. The example I just got was someone planning a wedding and inviting loads and loads of guests and thinking that the more the better, but actually realizing that they would have enjoyed their wedding day just as much if they'd have had like 2 friends or just as much. Yeah, like 2 friends or their closest people mattered just as much to them as like having every single person they knew there. And just take that if it resonates, or if you can see your situation fitting in to that metaphor. Okay, well, I guess my table is getting a bit blacker. I think that this is also saying that there's a need for a deep clean, because things may have been building up for a while for you, and you may have shrugged them off. So this is coming from like, if you go to like earlier days of the white table, it's much cleaner, and like each video it probably has like a few more specks of like dirt or like stain because I'm a clumsy one. Oh, we can light the incense now as I continue to speak. And it's making me feel like the stains just keep getting worse and you can't clean it with something just surface level. There's something here that really is wanting to really go down to the roots and see why it is the leaves are dying, why it is that things are going wrong or not feeling satisfactory. I heard any more. So some of you may be feeling like you're repeating similar cycles, like with this idea that once you reach said goal, like a new goal, once you reach a new goal, that will be what is fulfilling. That will be that like quantity, that thing of feeling like, if I have this, if I have more of this, then I can be happy, or then I can let go, or then I can rest. But actually, I think you're coming to the understanding, or you've come to more of an acceptance that there can always be a until, or a condition. So this is inviting the whatever you're trying to seek, that emotion, that feeling, it's inviting an unconditionality of that. Okay. Got the incense going, got the candle going. It's like you're checking off your list. And I kind of feel like saying, when will it be enough? When will it be enough to say, I've made it? When will it be enough to say, I'm content? Or when will it be enough to say, I'm okay as I am? I accept myself as I am. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be the collective reading. So, see you in your piles. That was quicker than I expected, but I like how the message ended when the activities when the activities ended. Cool. Pile 1. This little gnat. This little gnat. I was just like informing those of you who didn't know how to spell gnat. This little gnat is making friends with us. That took longer to get out what I was trying to say than I thought. Okay. I need to look up again. I think I'll keep it this high up. It's usually much lower down. Oh, you can see the tiny bit of my... I wanted to call him a rock salt then. Shall we keep him in view? No. Get out of here. Okay. What is this again? What do we do here? Welcome in, Pile 1. There's a feeling of, first, you having a companion along for this journey, and also a sense of feeling a bit directionless. Just before I started your reading, I was going, what are we doing here? Like, what is this again? So if you're feeling like you're a bit out of sorts in some area of life, I think it might be a specific area of life, then I want to say you found your pile, which is interesting because I don't usually say that. I don't usually give like a criteria feeling of like, this is your pile if this, this, and this. So maybe that's something you're experiencing, a sense of, this is flooding a bit from the message from the collective at the beginning, which is interesting because you chose pile 1 too, which is the closest to 0. And I think that's the experience you're having. It's a feeling of feeling so close to 0, feeling so close to a type of fulfillment, or a type of, I heard personal connection, and maybe that's companion, or maybe that's, I heard like selenite, or I guess that's enough. Maybe there's other words that sound like that. But it's the feeling of being so close to it. Maybe that source for you, maybe that selenite represents a sense of peace and clarity, or the stillness of not looking outside for validation, or not looking outside for what's a way of actually explaining that word that is personal to me, and that is coming from your energy, me saying that. So I think that this is something that's drawing you back to your own personal relationship with life. Yeah, and that's that reflection of a different word of saying validation being a personal relationship. Perhaps contentment would be a word that you'd resonate there. Good words I have. Okay. I feel like nothing suffices. Like I'm looking over at my right and I'm seeing all my decks. And I just think that none of them will really fit for you. And the first message I got when I was choosing which plants to pick was that I saw this plant first when I began to choose, and I knew in an instant this was it. But as soon as I had felt that feeling, there was a response I had within your energy of, no, I don't want it to be that one. It was a feeling of, I don't want to show my cards. I don't want to show my vulnerabilities, because this plant isn't at its healthiest. This plant is still getting to know itself. It's still rooting. It's away from where it's come from, and it's no longer reliant on that which it used to rely on for its feed, for its life. And it's grounding into a new environment with different collaborators, with different experiences of energy surrounding it around it. You might be combining things too, because we have 3 cacti here, and I also combined those words, surrounding and around, and it felt quite fluid. So there's a sense that you feel in your element, but you also feel quite, it's like you found your element. You found a part of yourself, or you found something very authentic to you. However, you're feeling insecure about that authenticity because it seems that you might be feeling new to it, and you're experiencing like an unsteadiness. You haven't fully rooted into it. So there's a feeling of love that comes from feeling closer with yourself, with feeling a gratitude for what is, and it's like a cozy feeling. It very much feels homely. However, it's also it's also like in its beginning stages, quote unquote beginning. Your relation to this is still feeling like it's sensitive. And you could have had this relationship to whatever this is for years, for lifetimes even, but there's still a sense that it is small. It's not fully secure in itself. But I really do want to note how cozy it feels. Like this is in a plant pot wrapped. It's like I didn't need to add another layer, but there's a layer of comfort. It really feels very homely. And I want to bring the attention back to the gnat who is joining for your reading. There's a sense of feeling togetherness. feeling, it's like, even though you came from somewhere else, like these three are from my cactus over there, you came from the same place, so you do feel a sense of, we're together now, and it's okay now that we've found each other. And again, you can relate this to anything, any part of yourself, anything outside of yourself. But there is the feeling of close connection, and that feeling so warm and comforting while you're getting to know and expand and feel the comfortability in those new aspects of the self that create this new experience for you. So yeah, it's both warm, but also you're feeling quite sensitive. Okay, that's... Hey, look, it's a tiny guy. Who are you? I don't know what that is, but come on, move, please. Okay, I don't want to move it. Sometimes I would, but for the moment I'm going to keep them there. They can waddle around a bit. And I think that could play into the reading in a sense of, again, I'm reiterating the same energy, but it wants to come through, so I will. It's this feeling of something that is true is feeling in line for you. It's like, I want to keep this random new guy and the gnat and the dirt on the table in your reading, and it's not looking clean, but also it's questioning my idea of why I think it should be cleaned anyway. And I don't even think you're questioning that. I think you're quite solid in your knowing of what this is, in your knowing that this is something personal to you that you want to keep, something that you love, something sacred, something you value. However, you may also recognize that there are parts of the puzzle of yourself that see this as a mess, or see this as disorderly, or less than appreciated, or less than respected. You may be playing with the idea of feeling good within your own body, within your own being. And that body can represent different bodies of the self, whatever you're personally resonating with. But playing with the idea of your body and your relationship to your body versus your body and other people's relationship to your body. Because I'm seeing the perspectives of other people who would view the clutter, the mess that's kept on the desk, as wrong or as less than desirable. Like, a pick a card reading should be a certain formula. This isn't like my experience of playing with my cards and sharing with you what I'm feeling in my own life, but a certain like roboticness of like an unnatural category that has been formulated with no emotion or something. For a lot of you, you may have felt like you had to grow in a certain way, or that you had to find yourself without losing yourself, or you had to always be put together. And I think you're coming to a lot of acceptance of where you're at, and you're feeling like it's really okay for you to feel out of sorts in some sense, even if you know in your mind that you won't always be. Like, these cacti will grow and they'll root themselves deeply. But right now they're not, and right now the table is a mess. And that's just a part of the experience, and it doesn't even have to be that I'm accepting some experience that is bad and saying this badness is okay. It's actually just changing the perspective into an all-encompassing acceptance that actually this isn't bad. It's just something that's occurring because something else occurred. But I don't even think that you're feeling too logical about it. You feel more in your feminine energy of simply accepting, of feeling the feelings that are processing, of weaving through life and kind of just watching what comes from it. In your own way. There's so much here about your own way. Really allowing yourself to be you. Even if that you doesn't look the way that maybe you were taught that was needed to look. And also, okay, I think I'm not gonna get cards for your reading. Because they're not flowing. So with that, I do feel like it's more of the same message of doing it your own way and suiting how you're relating to yourself and how you're taking care of yourself in a way that is specific not only to you as a whole and the way you see yourself, but the way you see yourself in this moment or in each moment. There's a comforting that's happening and a not forcefulness of trying to be where you're not. Because it's okay where you are. You're okay as you are. So I don't need to get cards because why would I? I feel like you're not even being pulled outside of yourself too much. Even if you're seeing others trying to pull you, I think you're doing, I heard, an excellent job. You're doing a very on point job with not actually getting distracted by that, or not feeling like perhaps things that would have poked at you in the past, or things that would have like shaken your roots in the past. You're not feeling like they're actually penetrating anymore. They don't have that same hold. And I think that I think the message that really wants to be brought through is like a commending you for, and just showing you how much you already are being gentle with yourself. I think that you're recognizing perhaps a huge shift that has happened for you, that you have created, that you have been brought into. And you're recognizing yourself as delicate. As like delicate just being yeah, what do I want to say there? What I'm seeing is like a my old crystal what do you call that, singing bowl, and it having come in a wrapped, like not bubble wrap, but like not styrofoam either, but it was comforted. And it wasn't even fully, to me what I'm saying, it's not even fully that it was for protection. I want to say it's not that this thing is what's stopping it from breaking. I just want to say it's simply for comfort. It's simply to feel warmer. Yeah, okay, now I will move this. Come on, Mr. Nut, out the way. There you go. Come on, get out of here. Okay, you can stay there. I love him. We'll call him Joe. Like J-O. That's what I was seeing. Okay. Is that it for your reading? No, maybe you'll get cards now, because it's like the time will come when you're feeling more rooted, you're feeling cleaner, you're feeling more up for new or old types of interaction. This sensitivity isn't ongoing, it's not permanent. Okay. Let's get some tarot, I'm curious. That sent like a waft up to my face. Okay, so for pile 1. It really is something of a companion is what it feels like. Because I really like the gnat in this moment. Joe. I really love Joe. This came out when I said in my head something like crazy. And now I'm wanting to shift my style of drawing the cards. We have King of Swords, 5 of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, that is exactly what this is. I'm not sure about the King of Swords quite yet, but the 5 of Pentacles in reverse, it feels like warmth. And it's not warmth that is just for no reason, I want to say. It's warmth because you're feeling left out in the cold in some way. You're feeling alone. And so you're allowing yourself to be cuddled. You're actively seeking to bring yourself into the warmth because you're recognizing a situation or just a part of yourself that has created an environment that is asking for that. That is cold. Like there's something of like the circumstances that are cold, and so you're warming yourself. And King of Swords can be seen as... Okay, that's not it. Yeah, the King of Swords here is actually appearing surprisingly warm to me because I'm seeing like the sun behind his head. Which I feel like I've never seen before. Not in this way at least. And it's kind of like his hair is also a part of that sun. And the owls, even though owls often to me will feel quite harsh, in this moment it feels so gentle. Barn owls could be a particular synchronicity or symbol of hope, I just heard for some of you, which is interesting. Calling an owl a symbol of hope, because often owls can be symbols of like deceit, or I'm saying kind of like the opposite of hope, in that it's like, look out for this. They can see, I heard like into treachery. So there's a sense that something that is commonly perceived as a difficulty is actually something that is bringing you a lot of comfort to recognize. You might be really recognizing the harshness of your climate, and whereas that might often be seen as like something that you wouldn't want to see, you're actually feeling grateful for having seen the difficulty that you're in or have been in, because seeing it allows you to take care of it, or it allows you to... What's another way of explaining this? It allows you to what? I'm feeling these two, but maybe like putting them back again. To get help. It allows you to get out of your own mental prisons. I also feel like you're realizing I had self-destructiveness. You're realizing the self-destructiveness that has come from certain energies you've been collaborating with that were causing more strife within you. It wasn't, these energies weren't causing a sense of peace and support. They were causing you to overanalyze and possibly experience even sleepless nights, or like an extreme sense of anxiousness that comes from your thoughts. There's a lot about your mind here. And it's like your mind has created a body that requires rest, and your mind has created a body that doesn't or didn't used to feel, or your mind did create a body that wasn't feeling safe to fall back, fall into a peaceful place of love. With this Seven of Swords, I don't know if I read them. It's Three of Pentacles, Nine of Swords, and Seven of Swords, and the two main ones were King of Swords upright and Five of Pentacles reversed. I think you're realizing how much you were lacking support, how much what you were being offered by those around you, or that which is around you, was more empty than you realized. The reason why it was causing such strife was because perhaps you were seeing it as more wise, more, I heard controllable, more in control perhaps, or more controllable. That's for someone. You're seeing it as more maybe controlled, or it's like a sense, another word for wisdom. What is this? It's like you were seeing something around you as more trustworthy, more like I have your back, but actually it was more of a sense of them trying to get their own way without actually really looking at the circumstances or really having your best interests at heart. It feels like someone or something that would have presented themselves in a way that allowed them to, I heard, get one over on you. That's gonna really hit for some, but for some of you that phrasing wasn't completely fluid for you, so take what resonates. In essence, it feels like you recognizing the distrustfulness in those around you has allowed you to feel closer with yourself, and a feeling of being able to give to yourself because you're recognizing that you weren't being given to in the way you thought you were. There could have been like promises of collaboration that didn't come through, or it's like they're part of the bargain, they're part of the deal, what was either asked for or said, or what's that word for intended, or like it doesn't even need to be said, it was just understood that this was like an unspoken agreement or an actual agreement that didn't come to fruition. It feels like you're moving away from something because of a realization that you've had of its truthfulness. That might have caused a bit more distrust within you too, but I'm not actually really picking up a lot of that. I think that could be something in the back of your mind, maybe something you're even like trying to latch onto in a sense of like, remember this. Like, don't be deceived by this thing again. But I think at the forefront and the majority of your energy is just a processing. It's a falling back on yourself and really taking care of your body, I want to say, in the pathway of your mind. It's like you're no longer allowing your own thoughts to double cross you. You're not allowing yourself to, I guess, see what isn't really being presented to you. Do we want to have any more clarification? That Seven of Swords wants to pop out again. And the sun. Yeah, that warmth. And the self. You're turning to your own sense of, I heard validity. Okay. I think I want to use animals and dragons next. Your pile also feels so full. It's like it feels surprisingly full. Maybe you're realizing something that took away your own sun, your own life-giving essence. Maybe you've experienced like a sort of sudden breath in when you realize that, or it's not even when you realize, and through that sudden breath in, it's like you breathed in your soul again, and you remembered yourself. You remembered, like, oh my god, it's me, I'm here. Again, with that message, I feel like that really hit for some but didn't for others. And the fact that I'm expressing that, and that it's the same message again of like a black and whiteness, it wasn't so much that I was feeling called to say, like, you might resonate with that phrase at different degrees. It's more like, no, you either do or don't. And that's not necessarily true, but I think that you may have come from perhaps allowing certain energies to be more of like on hold, or like at a small distance, or varying distances. It's like you might have had boundaries but not firm boundaries, or not extreme boundaries. And I feel like what you've come into, it was like an extreme cut off, because it's like these plants are completely off the original cactus. They're in an entirely new pot. Yeah, they're not even in the same pot, just like on the side in that pot, because sometimes I do that. Like, I'll have the main plant and then I'll bring the babies off and put them in the side, but in the same container pot thing. But yours is an entirely new pot. And I want to say actually that they've been in here a while, and it feels like they're really just getting to know, like, now is the time where I can actually say, okay, they're not feeling decrepit. They're feeling like they are there. So this may have been an experience that you held off for a long time, or it just really took a while to integrate it, to really integrate the knowing of what this was, or to really feel like the cut off, or really feel like the experience has been experienced. It may have felt sudden, or like be perceived as sudden, and yet it's also feeling quite like lully. I want to say the word lullaby with that. Yeah, interesting. It does feel like there was a harshness, and then there was a softness. I think I'll move these up. How is that looking for you? Look at that shadow. 44 on the timer. I like that the candle's in the shaded part too. It's like you, even though you're the majority in the light, the part of you that's in the shadow, you have a candle to light that area for yourself. Okay, so for pile 1. Eagle, seize opportunities courageously. Look at that sun and those rainbows. Yeah, it's like now there's a freedom and a sense of having really accomplished something great. I think this could be a major transition for you, or a major transformation, something you may look back on as a pivotal moment in your life. All this sun, it's like it's an airy card, and yet it's so full. It's like I feel like you might not have experienced this degree of feeling your own soul, or feeling your own safety, or your own... There's so much that I could insert there. So maybe you want to insert that. Those of you who like journal prompts, I think that could be a good one. Like, I feel so much... I don't even remember what I said, but go back if you're curious. These feel like they kind of came out to do with me saying journal prompts or thinking about that. And to me, having panda, stay balanced and in your essence, and whale, live as a fully conscious being. Okay, that's going to be a different message. But first is the sense of... I heard tiptoeing. Tiptoeing around the new environment. Tiptoeing around the landscape you've created for yourself. It's so holding. And it says stay balanced and in your essence. There's a feeling like you got taken out of your essence, and now you're feeling a bit maybe trepidatious about this new environment, and yet also feeling really stable and wanting to protect this that you have come into within yourself. Because I think that you have found your essence in a strong way. But this coming through when I said about the journal prompts makes me think of a sense of what is that? I heard something of a creating home each day. This feels like something you'll keep coming back to. A feeling of reminding yourself to connect with yourself, or simply connecting back with yourself. And I think it will come with a feeling of much gratitude, but also perhaps sorrow. Something you wouldn't trade, but that comes with the realization again of perhaps where you've come from, or what you've been through, or the loss that you've experienced. For some of you, you'd resonate with that being even just a loss of your own, of something within your own mind. There could be something to do with the asteroid Psyche that you'd resonate with. Or there could be something to do with the transit of that, or transit surrounding that around this time for you. Take it if it resonates, if you're curious. I'm seeing a fly on the window, and I've been thinking for the past little while, not like within this reading, within life, my life, which makes me think a bit like, oh yeah, I'm a person, I'm doing a reading. Like, it's bringing me back to that energy you have of, oh yeah, me. I'm seeing a helicopter outside now too. What I've been thinking for a while has been like, oh, I can't wait to have more flies around, because like these gnats, they're okay. It's like I loved them when they were first introduced, and now they're kind of getting a bit it's like okay, what I'm gonna say in the reading is they remind me of the lack of flies, because I love flies. And it's like they're so similar in one way, but they're so feeble and small, and they don't get me the way flies get me. The perspective that flies have feels so fulfilling. The feeling of having a fly around feels like I can lean into them. and that they have so much to offer. They have an entire landscape of their own. It's like I can delve into their psyche and experience what they're viewing life to be. And that feels, in this moment, in this reading, it feels kind of more soulless, or like it doesn't really have a personality. Or it's like, it definitely has a personality. Okay, it might even have a very strong personality. But there's a sense of it feeling somewhat empty, or feeling so easy to lose itself, or lose its ground. It's like I could just swipe it away, but I couldn't do that with the fly, because the fly knows itself. The fly has a very strong sense of self. The fly feels holding and steady, like it has a mission too. Gnats feel like they're more like just kind of dilly-dallying. It's not a sense of going with the flow of life. It's more of like a going around the same cycle, like experiencing just what's in the close vicinity and not really stretching oneself. Did I say fly just then? I meant to say gnat. That was the non-stretching. Fly feels like it really is so much more multi-dimensional. It's like when I said the gnat really has a personality. It's like the fact that the gnat has a very like concise personality feels like I'm saying it's one thing. It's not a multitude of expressions. It's something I can pinpoint, and it hasn't explored more of itself to be able to give it more of a diverse experience. To go back to compare, the fly feels like I don't understand the fly. That's what it feels like. Like it really is so much more than one thing or a couple things. I feel like there could be something strong to do with being service oriented for the gnat too. I'm really curious if for most of you this is talking about different aspects of yourself, like past version of you and future you, but I was seeing more like this could be someone specific that I'm talking about, or specific people. If not, if you weren't like getting a clear image of like, oh yeah, that's that and that's that, then I would say it's probably about, oh, the fly is flying now. He was just crawling before. I'd say it's probably about where you're going, the energy difference of where you've come from and what you're in now or stepping into. I want to say actually why you chose this, why you experienced this. Because you're going from the gnat to the fly. Okay, that was cool. I liked that. I'm curious to see what time we're on. 53! Oh my goodness, it's been so long. Did you see that? The gnat he didn't get... Oh, he did. He's under the card. Are you gonna leave yet? Come on. He's sticking around. He got flown off. Poor guy. Yeah, you might be feeling a bit of... Like, I did say it's like you can brush them off so easily. They don't hold their ground. But they do, they stick around. It's like, how are you sticking around when you're so... Like, aren't you so small? Like, I brushed you. It's like you're so easily affected and yet you're still hanging on. You're still clinging. Why are you here? For some of you, I heard it's causing me to dissociate. Okay, what can we do about that? About a feeling of not knowing what to do with perhaps a tie to the old. a tie to that which you don't want to have in your aura anymore. Something along those lines. It doesn't have to feel like that's the reason particularly, but I think there is like that lethargy feeling from everyone. Let's do this. No, I actually think that it's this way around. So we have moose with wisdom, moose with wisdom, and lizard with regeneration. The first thing I got was allow yourself to feel out of it. Like if you're dissociating, maybe allow yourself to rest more, allow yourself to fall back, but it's not falling back into a knowing that you're, again, going to be in this forever. This is just you're really processing things. It's making me think of hypnos. Yeah, with the moose, I want to say, even if you're feeling wobbly, that dissociation feeling, it doesn't mean you're losing your way. It's like there is a, what do you call that? There's a shift happening due to the internal choice you've made. So some of you may be questioning, like, have I really let go, or have I really decided on something? Have I really shifted? But fear not any like waveringness that you're feeling within yourself, because it's something that you're very much grounded in. But it's such a big shift that I heard you're being tailored to, so you're really supported by your guides. And I did also want to say that during a lot of this too, it felt like part of that comfort could be the comfort of your spirit guides, your connection to love and souls that maybe aren't in the physical. Okay, so whale I haven't really spoken of. Live as a fully conscious being, and that's bringing in so much of this energy again of, and back being elephant whale. Elephant whale. Okay, an elephant whale could be significant. Is that in shot? Yeah, we'll keep in there. The fact that I got the whale card way earlier, but then waited to get any messages from it. It's like I knew he was, I actually forgot he was there. But the presence of him was still there. And then I went back and I processed the in-between parts. And now we're getting to the whale. So it's like you did have like a jump to the forwards where you're going, what you'll be experiencing, but for now it's like, because you've made that big jump already, you've already achieved something. We have eagle, which is like a card of success feeling to me. It's like you've already achieved something big, you've already even got the wisdom from that which you haven't yet processed, but now it's like, okay, we got the end goal, we got that like enlightenment, we got the epiphany, we got ourselves back, and now let's process everything that is still in our bodies that isn't fully in resonance with that self, that new way of being. It's not that you haven't clicked into place with you haven't like attached, haven't locked in that new self. It's just that, again, there's parts of yourself that have come from the opposite, have come from not being in relation to this, not being in unity with this new self, this new experience. So even if it feels like you're a bit lost, your body is, and your soul is completely in its essence. You're right on track. You might just feel slightly broken at times, because all those pieces are still being reconfigured to the new internal structure of yourself, because you have like a solid internal structure. I'm literally seeing, like, say you're a human and you have a human body, but then you also have, I guess that's like the armor around the human body, and the armor is the representation of what you really experience, like how things feel in life and what you see in life. So you've changed the self, and that's not going anywhere, that's not changing. But the old pieces of the armor have shattered, so you're clearing them. And more than anything, I think it's a sense of feeling like you're tapping in all the new armor pieces into place, like you're molding the finishing touches. They might not feel like finishing touches, but I think, what do I want to say that? It's like I don't want to say they are, but I didn't want to say they're not either. Yeah, maybe there's not a need to put words to a lot that you're experiencing. Okay, that's actually where I'm going to end your reading. Looking up lizard symbology could feel therapeutic, reassuring during this time. But I don't feel called to read from the book, so it could just be something synchronistic or symbolic for you personally, those who resonate. Okay, yeah, pile number 1, I'm going to end your reading there. I love you, and see you in another if I do, and if not, where will I like to see you? Will I? Where would I like to see you? Squaggling through the rocks. Squaggling through rocks and crystals. Oh yeah, like under the squaggling under the surface and witnessing all the roots of yours growing throughout the new environment. Okay. That felt like it was hard to get out. So maybe it's like, again, the ending is maybe more difficult than your idea of it. It's like I had exactly what I wanted to say. I had the vision, but it just took my mind a bit to really collect it together. Okay, I'll pack away now. Bye bye. See you in another reading, or see you in the roots. Is he gonna go away? Come on, mate. There you go. It's like at the end it was so easy. It's like there was so much maneuvering around trying to take care of this gnat, and in the end just doing that got him off. Some of you are like, ah, that was all I needed to hear. I love ya. Okay, the energy's starting to pick up now. Let's move him back to his home on the windowsill. Bonk. Ooh. Oh wait, no. Why did I think it was pile 3 next? Welcome in, pile 2. I feel like you're less enthused than you used to be, or you're less enthused about something you thought you were going to be enthused about. Because I thought that you were pile 3 to begin with, and I was like, oh yay, but then it turned out you were pile 2, and I was a bit like, oh, okay. Even though pile 2, you were like the one that I most wanted at the start. So you could be changing your opinion about something that was before most desirable to you. I also knew that I wanted to use your plant first out of all the plants that I was going to pick, but it's like I picked your plant before I was actually in the mood to picking it. Like, I was looking at the plant and being like, yes. Or, like, you're actually where the idea came from. Interesting. Oh, I'm excited to piece together all of these things in a bit. With cards, hopefully. Part 1 didn't have many cards. Actually, yeah, they did. Why am I saying that? So, there's something like... You're excited to get something off the ground, it feels like. You're excited to find your wings, or you're excited to grow. And it's like a rapid kind of growth. This plant has been growing really quickly for me. What was I saying? So yeah, when I thought, oh, I could use plants to choose, it came from this guy. And yeah, it didn't feel like it was pile 1. So then I kind of reset and then looked at my windowsill with all my plants and thought, okay, like I got more into the energy of, okay, what is pile 1 going to be? So it's like the entirety is you're the entirety, but also you're quite contained. It's like you're not representing the entire reading, even though you are. It's like you're a specific, even though you're also representing a lot. So you could have a large like following of sorts, like you are a public figure, where it's like you are this massive persona. You are a collective in one way, but in another way you're just individual. You're just one of the piles. Regardless of if that message resonates, there is a sense that you represent... I lost that part and now I'm seeing number cards, so let's ask, what does pile 2 represent? There's something strong about your ability to grow, or your creation, your creativity. But that feels like a side message. I think your reading is going to be very bitty in a way. I wonder why that is. Some of you don't quite know why you're here, but yeah, I'm not going to be able to pinpoint you. You're not pinpointable, because that's the message again of, it's like you're that collective, but you're also the individual. People don't know what they're going to get with you, because also I think you grow so fast. It's like you're the spotlight, but you're also not even first. Another... We'll get to that later. Okay, what do pile 2 represent? I think that's the question I was asking. 13. Yeah, this... 13, this card feels like... 1, the self, the individual, but also 1, the collective, the everything, the everyone. But then also that 3, it's... complete instability is what I want to call it. It's complete instability because of the stability you have. Because of a sense of being able to go anywhere. You go anywhere. You are anything. You're very open with what you allow yourself to be and what you allow yourself to create. If you resonate particularly with being an artist of sorts, it's like... And whether that be the artistry of something particular you really resonate with that term for, or just the artistry of your life, there's a strong feeling that it can't be pinpointed, like what it really is. Because I think you play on the idea of what you really are, or what this really is, or what life really is. I don't think there's such thing as a genre for you. I think you're very creative from your own individual perspective, so you're not creating already with a firm idea of what something could be. It's like you create your own box and then you begin at the start and create from there. But you're not choosing any sort of confinement that maybe a lot of others choose in whatever subject this is surrounding for you, be that life or again something creative in particular. It's like you let your children run free. The children of that came from your body in the physical sense, or that came from your body in the like mental sense or soulful sense. I think you're a bit here, there, and everywhere, and yet you're completely everywhere. So it's like I want to say I can't pinpoint you because you're over there, and then you're over there, and then you're over there. But actually, if I really sit with you, I realize you're never really moving. It's all you. You're like ever present. I think a lot of what I'm saying about you is also very applicable to that which you create, or that which is seen as a reflection of yourself, or seen as an extension of yourself. Something you manipulate, something you mold. It's like you can't really look at you without looking at what you created, and vice versa. You can't really understand the creation if you don't see where it comes from, or who created it, what created it. Okay, I got a bit of flumble energy there. And I want to get a card because of that, but I want my own decks. That feels important with you. I'm actually seeing another of my decks to use, but my hands are using this first. I think you're very still until you're not. It's like you might really flow where you're feeling inspired to go, and if you're not feeling inspired, I don't think you push anything. I think that you're really able to relax into a knowing that you have that things will work out when they're meant to work out. And I think you have a very particular personal to you relationship with that phrasing, like meant to. You feel your own way through life. You're very individual, and yet you're also like collectively understood, or collectively felt is what I want to say. I just saw two ravens, and they felt like they were flying together, and like they knew that each other were there, but it didn't really feel like that. It's like they were diving in their own world. So it's like there's such a strong degree of separation that you have, and yet you also feel, I don't even want to say like there's no separation. It is that, but I feel like you might get a lot of others around you going like, I think you're very fixed when you need to be. It's like you're mutable until you're not. You're mutable until you found your thing, and then you're dead set on having it be just that which you envision it to be. I think many would call you a visionary. You have your own landscape of an idea, and you bring that to fruition. So we have right whale, and I love that for you. This is a new favorite animal of mine. Let's put him under. Let me jump up to see if that's in view. It's not, but I like that. Again, it feels like that creativity that we were speaking of for you, of you do it your way, but also I want to say there's a sense of like, that's just it's the perspective. People can understand and see the full picture if they take the right perspective. But that perspective is always changing because you're always changing where you're at. They need to take a new perspective to see the different parts of you, to see the different creations you've created, the different parts of your life. You're not monotone. Yeah, not in the slightest. Okay, now I'm being drawn to talk about the thing I almost spoke about earlier, but it wasn't time yet, so I waited, and now it is. Porcupine is also speaking out. We had Scorpion at the back too. Scorpion and Porcupine, very... I heard elemental. Very elemental. I guess I'll use this deck. I wasn't going to, but I have an elementals card in it, which that reminded me of. Oh, that scared me. Why did that scare me? Zeta. And yeah, the way I'm speaking in this reading, I feel quite it's not on edge, but it doesn't feel fully authentic for me, is what I want to say. I think that's how you feel. Possibly with others. I think it's when you're perceived. Okay. Oh, this like slightly came through in another reading the other day. Back of the deck is Cetus. I think you're quite like void. You're quite like an energy that can't be fully comprehended because the essence of it is incomprehensible. So I think you feel most at home when you're not trying to box yourself into being any one thing or being any one place or any label, any position, any formula, any box, any understanding. I think you feel most yourself when you're not being perceived, because I think perception is something limited. It's just it's just a one way. It's just one way. Okay, that's making me think of a 21 Pilot song. From the Breach album. I can't think of what it's called. It has way in it. Is it called One Way? No, it can't be. Okay, well, that's it. Yeah. I think that from that, it's like when you try and find it, you lose yourself because you're not an it. I think you don't feel too much separation. Just like how I was saying, it's like you can't really understand you without understanding your craft, that which you create. I think that really comes from that feeling of like you extend yourself into everything, so you don't really feel cut off. So if you're trying to be perceived, there's already a sense of like, what am I perceiving? Like the body, the body and the creations, or the body and what, or like what part of the body. I've long loved the concept or the question of like, how much of my body do I cut off until like I'm not me anymore? Like, what is me? What is me? I think that's a question that you might love but never want to answer. Ooh, I love your reading. Okay, this deck now. Okay, so that thing I was actually trying to say earlier. I, before your reading, wanted to take off there's a label. I don't know if you can fully see it, but there's a label with, like, it says foliage mix and $2.49 promo for promo 3 for £6. And I started scraping it off. Oh, what did I say? I said particular words. They're not important though. You might... do I say this? You might feel like that. You might feel like anything you say or anything that you create or anything that comes from you, you don't have a strong attachment to it, and yet you feel one with it. You feel like you might be misunderstood if you do express any of yourself, because some people take one expression to mean that's all of you, or you can't change your mind. Okay, this example is coming through. It wanted to be said, so some of you might resonate with this. Take it if it resonates. If not, just let it be for others. It's giving me the example of a YouTube video of someone expressing an opinion that was created like 9 years ago, and then someone commenting with like a very strong opinion based off or a strong opinion of that current person based off what they said 9 years ago. And that 9 years you might be going like, I change after 5 seconds, not 9 years. But that example, I feel like, encapsulates some of the energy wanting to be expressed to you here today in this singular reading. Zeta feels like it fits you so well. I can't quite pinpoint the energy. I think I do have trouble pinpointing Zeta energy. Because I think also there's like a specific idea that I'm saying this in the reading at least, not necessarily that this is true, and I think even that expression is something that you might feel a lot, if not say, like, hey, I'm just saying this, but don't take this forever, like, I just want to express myself, I'm not trying to pinpoint myself, I'm not trying to say this is who I am, I just want to experience the flow that is present. Whoa, the air got suddenly cold, it felt like. The sun went. Yeah, it's like when you stop expressing yourself, that's when it gets dark for you. When you stop allowing yourself to go in any direction, to change and be someone new in any given moment, to explore. You have such an explorative energy. It may not always be perceived that way. I think you might be perceived as somewhat like ingenious, or like people might really try and pinpoint a genre on you, is what I'm getting. And for some of you that upsets you, but I think why it's coming through in this moment is because perhaps a lot of you have shut off from, or that this isn't true for everyone, but some of you have felt stagnant and dark. You felt in the dark, and maybe you weren't completely clear on why. And I think the reason is because you felt somewhat boxed in. You felt somewhat like you couldn't be free. Oh my god, I think freedom is the word that represents you well. Sorry, don't come after me for trying to describe you with a single word. Yeah, so I think you thrive on not needing to do things the same way you used to do them, or the way that anyone else does them. I think you might be one who gets easily excited about new. Okay. Oh, I love this. We have heart. That made me think of polyamory. So some of you could resonate with that. Which could be a slight confirmation, or I guess a big confirmation. I need to burp now. Blah. 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 I guess not polyamory is what is the energy. It's more like an open relationship feeling. Again, take this as it resonates. It's just the feeling of being able to explore what you feel like in the moment, following your inspiration. No promises kind of energy. Let's put those numbers out of shot. Okay, your heart. I think you want to discover your heart and not know what it is. Like this card, I'm like, which way up does this go? I think I like it this way. This might not be true for everyone, but I'm getting the message of some people feel like they really understand your creations, and your response may sometimes be like, oh really, like please tell me, because I don't understand them. Is that Nat dead from pile 1? No, but I think he's dying, or he was like opened looking like he's on his back. I can't really tell. Something is dying here. It's not dead though. Okay. These characters. Oh! My sacred geometry cards were flying. And I suddenly want to sing. You might get like really sudden urges, and I think it would like kill your soul, your heart, to deny them. There may be a pain point of having had an experience of that in childhood, of having been too much or needed to be restricted or contained in some way, because I think containment kills you. It's like when you have an idea, you want it out. You might be the type who like goes to, I don't know, like an event or a dinner party, I don't know, like a something, you go out somewhere and then like partway through you have an amazing idea and you leave. You can't stay around. It's like you can't sit still. You just need to get it out somehow. Like if it's music, you need to go back and like create, like start playing or start singing, start formulating. And if it's like writing, maybe you can like maybe sometimes you stay in the event but you just like are zoned out of everything outside of yourself and just so in flow with your vision. I think it's bringing me back to that word I said at the start of, I can't remember if I said that others might describe you as this, or you might really resonate with the term, something like that, visionary. Being a visionary. Whee! Aharen. Yeah, Aharen-san wa hakaranai, which means Aharen-san is indecipherable, I think. I'm saying that's true now anyway. I want to put her in the shadows. Yeah. Because she's indecipherable. We can't see her. We can't understand her. She's not meant to be... You're not meant to be understood, and your creations aren't meant to be understood. That's how I feel. They're meant to be experienced. And that, again, is just my one perspective. So I think that that's not even true, but it is part true. In your astrological chart, you might have a lot of oppositions, or like I'm just seeing someone who has like a lot of Aquarius but also a lot of Leo, that kind of thing, like opposite signs. For some of you, you may even find that you attract a lot of opposite signs to you, or opposite energies. Like it doesn't have to be sun sign opposites, but that wanted to come through. Planets opposite, but it's not even planets. Okay, what is this? Because I feel like honing in on this. I need to draw with you. Let's draw. Purple. Something about speediness. Yeah, it's like a momentary thing for you. You might have experienced acceptance of your creativity with conditions. It's like people may have told you something along the lines of, like, if this doesn't fit, let it slide. But I think this might fit for a lot of you. Of you may have been told, like, I accept you and your creativity under certain circumstances. Like, it's fine until it gets to this, or it's like the very essence of who you are needs such an openness that any moment can be anything, or it doesn't have to be that open even. This could just be a particular area of your life needs to be this open for you to feel fulfilled, for you to feel like you want to live. It might get really extreme for some of you when you are cut off from your own creativity. That is it. That's it from the drawing, but I also feel like I could keep going. That's an interesting message that I didn't expect to get from you, to get with you. Something so plain. It's also making me think of, it's making me think of a shut mouth also. You may have been made to feel like you needed to like get a grip or to keep a lid on your eccentricity or your impulses is what's coming through, I think. Creative impulses. Some of this could also, it doesn't have to be like creating with your hands something, but also just simply speaking. Maybe speaking is your expression could be a strong outlet for your creativity. It also, what is that song? My body's on the line now. I can't. Oh, that's 21 Pilots. My body's on the line now. I can't. Oh, the line. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shining. It's so hard to. Okay, in this moment, I'm finding it hard to think of the lyrics, and I also had that same thing with. I'm pretty sure that song is called One Way, and I feel that I see that clearly now, but I think I don't know. No, I don't know. Why is that? What is the message from that here? It's like I can't. Within your energy, I feel like I can't just read it. I would only be able to remember the words with everything, with singing. There's a sense that you can't half-ass something. If you're half-assing something, you're not even doing it. It's not you. You're not present. Life is dull. Life feels shriveled. Unless you can really express all of yourself and just allow your creativity to be whatever it wants to be in the moment. Uninhibited, yeah. Uninhibited. Not pinned down. Not restricted. Conception. Ooh, that's an interesting one for you. So the frequency of conception invites us to bring our consciousness to our origin, the place where everything in creation begins. That makes me think of like bazin, like the place where everything. What's the word for that? It's like, I don't know, like adding a Z just makes it more lively. Yeah, I don't even know how to explain that. Brzins. I'm going to read that again, actually. The frequency of conception invites us to bring our consciousness to our origin, the place where everything in creation begins. The place where everything in creation begins is our origin. And we were saying a lot of your origin. Oh, that's interesting. 2 ways now. Your origin is unfathomable, or indecipherable. And so it's just bringing your consciousness to that. Bringing your awareness to where your creativity comes from, where your expression comes from. You, who are you? I guess that's why I was explaining so much of like who I feel you are. Because that's what the invitation to do is, to go back to where you come from, back to the self, back to oblivion. Yeah, you may have been trying to like seek outside of yourself, like grasping at things, but your ideas and your creativity doesn't come from like combining things you see. It comes from like its own birthing in the center. And maybe when you look at the practicality of it, you can see that, oh, what you've birthed from that center is a combination of this, and this. but it didn't come from you looking outside of yourself and trying to grasp. It came so naturally. And my belly did like a huge rumbling at that. And that's making me think of the Cetus card we had at the back of the deck. I can't see a message in that yet, but we also have for you the right whale. That just sounds like the right way. And I was saying like one way. Yeah, I think you have a part of yourself that feels like you have to do things the right way, or a particular way, when your way is what you're being called to return to. Okay, I'll finish reading this. The place where everything in creation begins. It helps us to remember the infinite potential and possibilities of this space, the infinite potential and possibilities of this space, and what we can manifest through our own focused awareness and intention. And I want to say it's not really so much like what we can manifest through our own focused awareness and intention. Maybe that resonates for some, but I think mainly this is saying, remember that feeling of thinking anything was possible? Remember that feeling of not trying to get an outcome? Remember that feeling of going into oneself with no expectation of what you'll find, and discovering. Because I feel like you're an explorer. You may also feel like with that line, like you're on the edge. You're in between. You're neither here nor there. And I think that can be taken in two ways. Like, you're neither here nor there in the sense of what we've just been talking about in everything, which is just you're supposed to be nowhere. You're nowhere and everywhere kind of thing. Or you can be anywhere that you want to be. You can be in particular places, but maybe not for long, or maybe for long but not for forever kind of feeling, or not only in that one place. Okay, but then the other sense was like you're on the border, and I think this is more of the message. You're on the border of, I think, maybe the old way of doing things and the new way. You're on the border of feeling like you're so close to being able to go anywhere. You're so close to being, I want to say, back at that origin point, back at the place of childlike innocent creation. Childlike innocent imagination of what life and maybe the specific artistry can be. Where you can go, what you can do, and how. Because maybe you've been taught to look at hows, look at, okay, well, how are you actually going to do that before the whats? Maybe you've been cut off, and maybe you've been cutting yourself off out of a quote-unquote logic, a restrictive logic, a logic that isn't based off expansion, isn't based off discovering anything new. It's based off only what we currently collectively understand, or only what you currently have experienced. But logic shouldn't be limited to what has currently been perceived. Logic should be the openness to discovering new truths. Because you are a discoverer, you're an explorer. And yeah, the back of the deck is transition, which goes with that scorpion energy that was at the back of the deck earlier. And Manta Ray wants to pop through two very dark, and the transition too, very dark energies and conception. It's like you're being asked to not look for the sun, not look for the light. Go to the darkness, go to the center, go to the place where everything begins and nothing is. The frequency of transition supports our deep and sorry, I need to, like, some of you need to pause the video right now. Don't listen to more. I'm not saying don't come back to it, but you're on the brink of like a click. Okay. Hello, welcome back if you paused. The frequency of transition supports our deep understanding of the ever-changing nature of existence and our lives. Some of you may also be feeling like you need to pause life right now, or you need to pause a certain project because you're having an epiphany. You're on the brink of birthing something, or you're on the brink of a complete altered experience. Complete altered fill in the gap for you. So the frequency of transition supports our deep understanding of the ever-changing nature of existence and our lives. It's like reading this, I really want to understand each word I'm saying. Like what is the meaning of that? What actually is that? Which is, again, it's like not just looking at the surface, but going to the depths of something, falling into the truth of something that isn't understood yet, or isn't able to be really touched with the kind of perception you've been trying to touch it with. Yeah, it's such a Scorpio energy of the root, the core. And it's Scorpio being a water sign. It's going into, it's immersing yourself into it. And it's, I don't want to say it's feeling it. It's different for you. Because me saying feeling it feels like looking at it still. Like it still feels like, I guess, comprehension of that which you're experiencing. But this feels like an intentional letting go of the ability to comprehend. It's falling, it's free falling, it's falling into the abyss. It's that falling into something that you're not falling into something with no barriers. I see a card and it's not fully formed, but before I read the rest of that, I want to get it. I think it might be one of the cards I haven't created yet, and that kind of goes with Zeta, which can speak to future energy. It's like I'm seeing a card I actually don't have yet. It hasn't been created. Yeah, okay. It wasn't this bird deck. It's that. One moment. Put this away. Yeah, so you're seeing, sensing, you're knowing, you're feeling, you're seeing that which you're about to create. You're seeing that blank card. And I think you're trying to push for it, like you're trying to look at it. You're trying to see what it is. Like, okay, what goes on the card? What is the card? Because you have a shape of it. You have a sense for it. But you're not being asked to try and feel into it or sense it. You're being asked to drop back. When was the place that, or where was, no, but I like saying when, for some reason. It's like twisting the perspective of perception. Going back into, when was it that you experienced the becoming of that first formation of this epiphany, of this creative idea, of this becoming? Because I'll bet it wasn't from searching for it. yeah, you can't fully form the picture from trying to form it, because that's still grasping at what you can currently comprehend, because you're trying to form this new card from something that isn't new to you, and this is a new card to you. That's why you know it's so special. You can feel it so special because it's so new. It's not like anything else. So surrender. Surrender to what could be. And not your idea of what could be, but simply, my belly rumbling again, but simply that infinite potential. But I kind of like saying void space more for you because that feels darker. And infinite potential, while I really think those words fit for you, it's too light. It's too seeing. It's too like mind opening as opposed to mind closing. Because I think you're being called to close off your mind. To really fall. I almost want to say let yourself stumble upon it, but it's not that at all. Because that's still like me trying to comprehend how you might come across this in like an energetic sense. But this is so much darker than that. And dark meaning like nothing. It's so much, and yet nothing yet pure. It's so much purer. Okay, I'll read the rest of this now. And it got dark too. The clouds have gone over the sky. They're interesting. It's not that the clouds went over the sun. They went over the sky. I can't see the symbolism of that yet, but maybe you got something from it. And I'm also seeing like a question mark in the clouds. A question mark. Yeah. It's not a question mark for answering. That's what that thing, again, earlier I said, like, you might, something along the lines of you might like it when, or it was that metaphor. It was twice actually I was thinking of an energy I described as a question mark. One was like someone else says, I understand your creation, and you say, cool, I don't. And then the other one was, when I cut off my hand, am I still me? Or how much of my body can I cut off until I'm no longer me? Or how much of my soul can I cut off until I'm no longer me? And that being a simple question, and the answer being the question. So the question mark feels like something to ground yourself into. Okay, I'll read it from the top. 43, transition. The frequency of transition supports our deep understanding of the ever-changing nature of existence and our lives, so that we can learn to let go, surrender to the process, and allow transition to occur with ease and grace. Okay, I'm going to read that again. The frequency of transition supports our deep understanding of the ever-changing nature of existence and our lives. The ever-changing nature of existence and our lives. So we can learn to let go, surrender to the process, and allow transition to occur with ease and grace. That's where I end your reading. Though I kind of feel like with all this like personal creativity, I want to end it on something I said, not something I read. But that is it. That's your message. It's like going out with a bang. I don't know why this is coming out in this way. Going out with a bang of something that has come from you. Yeah. What's come from you. Okay. Yeah, pile number 2. That's been your reading. So much cooler than I was expecting. But that's the thing, I wasn't expecting anything. I was just curious. Cool. Cool, awesome. I want to keep giving you adjectives. Paper. Plant. The letter P could be significant for those of you still here. Those of you, I want to call you rascals. Rascals. Oh no, they're not. Ranscals. I think are a name of a species, a type of creature in my story. Because they're like rascals, but I like adding N's to words. But I hate saying that. I don't actually hate it, but it is the thing of your energy again, of like, that's part truth and I can express that, but it's also not what that is, or it's only one perspective. It doesn't define the thing. Yeah, there's like such a lack of definition here. Okay, cool, let's get this plant out of here. Ooh, 1 hour 51. Ooh. You wonder if pile 3 is going to be quieter. Ooh, ooh, I'm curious. What is this? Welcome in, pile 3. I'm wanting to begin more playing, but it's not coming from like a really childlike feeling, or what maybe I would perceive to be as childlike. It's like a serious taught a serious, maybe something you've been taught was seriousness. Okay, I'm already starting to get something there. Maybe you don't know how to play. Let's get what I wanted to say, dream cards. Let's get some dream cards. Time to dream. I'm gonna use my body deck. I don't want to put this anywhere for you. Like, I want to keep moving it. What are you? I'm confused with your energy. I'm really confused. Because this feels like a situation that I wouldn't expect. We have outline. And mustache. Mustache. Monkeys could be significant for you. Monkeying around. I'm hearing like, what is that song? It's in not Polar Express. Home Alone. You totally, oh my god, you totally have the feeling right now of, for me, when I was younger and home alone, or like home with just me and my brother. But it's more home alone. No, this is like, it's just me. It's so still. So almost naughty feeling, maybe? Let's get some dragon and animals. And I was wanting to say, like, are you in like a really specific situation? But that makes me question, like, okay, but how can one situation be more specific than any other? I just don't know where to put you. Are you feeling that way? Like you have something, either yourself or something in particular, that you just don't know how or where to place it? Raven, prepare for change. That would collaborate is what I heard. That would collaborate. That would resonate. That would fit. Wow. It's not even that I was struggling with my words, it was just that the words were different than what I expected, or they had a mind of their own. Okay. Back of the deck is Alpha Dragon. Harness the divine masculine power of creation. You might be feeling stressed, like you need to do something. It's like the idea that you need to act in a certain way. Some of you, this is a simple idea, representation. I can't find the actual word. You may be looking for something that you can't find. And you know you won't be able to find it. Maybe that's why you're changing, because you know that you won't be able to find the thing that you're trying to find where you are, or you know that you won't be able to find the thing that you're trying to find, so you're just deciding to go elsewhere and not try and find it. I was halfway through a sentence that is now gone. I'm gonna leave that there because it's like I'll forget if I move it, and it feels so important. Is that what you're trying to do? It's like you're afraid of letting go of something in case you forget it. You're afraid of... I keep going blank in your energy. And feeling stressed. Some of you are from pile 2, I can feel it. And look, I'm picking out the dead cactus guy. About your... Okay, so this is your first message. Or first piece of guidance, should you wish to take it. What even was it? Yeah, and that is part of it. It's to take things step by step. And that's what it is, I remember now. When you look at what is present, you're able to really understand what you're trying to get at. Because I think that you might have like had a focus, but you're not fully able to grasp it, get at what you're trying to get at, because you've forgotten why you wanted it in the first place. So you're being asked to, I heard resemble the part of yourself that knew. Okay, that's for some, not everyone's going to resonate with those words. But I think the message for everyone here is to look at what you've really got right now and almost clean up. Clean up what you know doesn't work, what you know isn't this. Take out those dead cacti. Not because you know that will actually get you any closer, because there's a sense of like doing something that is clearing, or just something different, because it brings you back to the presence. And it's more than that, it's so much more than that. I feel like literally cleaning could be a strong message, because it has so much of a subconscious impact on you. And I don't usually get such physical, I guess, what can be perceived as mundane guidance or inspiration. Inspiration, interesting. And the fact that I wanted to express that too makes me think that there's some sort of a comparison that you're making between how you're perceiving the spiraled roots and how you're perceiving the death that they are. Something is more alive than it seems, and picking up the dead pieces that are right at your feet reveals the flourishing microcosm beneath it, the flourishing community of energies that's right at your fingertips, that's right where you are. Yeah, the answer is where you are. It's not out there. clean, because that will reveal. That's it. There's no more need to be said about that. Clean, because that will reveal. Cleaning will reveal. And some of you might take different things from that word cleaning. I think for most of you it's very, very simple. I'll read the cards now. So Raven, prepare for change with Archangels Azrael and Bokbi. Green gold dragon from Sirius. Something about green. Green comes first, then gold. Yeah, it's like you're looking for the gold, but the gold is painted on top of the green. So first clean the green, and then you can paint over the gold. Brings universal knowledge. Oh, I didn't say from Sirius. I believe. Green gold dragon from Sirius. Brings universal knowledge to your spiritual pathway. Learn about spiritual technology. Be a transmitter of sacred knowledge. Then air and water dragon. Helps you to connect to high frequencies. Okay, as soon as I get onto this, which is the card of... Let me continue. And then I'll say what I was going to say. Helps you connect to high frequencies. Trust your intuition. Develop your psychic abilities. Be open to enlightenment. Express your inner song. As soon as I got onto that, my mind was jumping elsewhere. It's like I couldn't really stay on it and read it. It's like I wanted to continue reading it while also looking everywhere. Some of you got the message from that felt like it reassured you or mirrored you, but for others of you, there's this sense of separating the task at hand in order to create more of a place where you can really see it. It's like, okay, if when you go to do something in particular, your mind can't focus on it and focuses on the other stuff around you, there's a feeling of that coming from the desire to look all around you and experience this more from a different sense. So in order to still have your focus on it, allowing what is surrounding you to be this, to be the very essence that is of supporting this, will allow you to take what may be frustrating you or seeming like an obstacle to overcome, and taking that into a redirection back to that which you're actually trying to achieve. Allowing yourself not to there's intention here. It's not to have a lack of direction. It's to create a pathway for you to have the kind of direction that you're wanting. It's like understanding your environment, understanding yourself and the way you work in order to be able to more easily walk down the path. It's giving the sense of the path, the path, you can't really see it. That's why your mind is wandering, because it's like I'm seeing a landscape. It's like just picture somewhere in nature and you're trying to walk on the path that has been created. You're trying to walk on a specific path, but because it's all covered in moss, you can't really see the path, and so your mind then expands and floods out into the entirety of the environment because the path has become a part of the environment. So in order to bring more focus onto staying on course, you're being called to first clear the pathway, take the moss off so that your mind has something to fixate on. Your mind has a placement of, oh, this is the path. So instead of trying to feel like you're wrong for zooming out, understanding that the reason why you're zooming out is because you don't feel like you have a full structure to follow. So create that structure. Make it clearer what you're doing. Pave the way for yourself first, because I feel like you're someone who could like get something done really, really quickly, really easily, but it's because your mind is so fluid. It kind of melds into whatever is there. You give it a cup, it molds into the shape of the cup. You give it a bowl, it molds into the shape of the bowl. So if you have a clear container of what you're trying to accomplish, I think you'll be able to accomplish it so quickly, so swiftly, so like with a particular excellence that people who don't need that container wouldn't have, because they can flourish and stay grounded wherever they are. But I think that you might find it hard to ground yourself. So creating more of that like groundwork, creating more of the container allows you then to flood into it. And kind of, because I think for you to work at your optimum, you kind of need to be able to forget. It's like that message of, if this was kind of more from fear, you fear forgetting, you fear losing focus, you fear like losing consciousness. You might zone out a lot. So in order to like work with that, because there's nothing wrong with that, that's the excellence of your mind. It's able to flood into the container. So I know I'm repeating myself, but support that, because that's an asset of yours. Create the container so that you can create excellence within that container. And also just, I think for some of you, just get things done faster. I think speed might be something that you flourish in or find. I had rejuvenating. I was trying to say like satisfying, another word for satisfying. It's like it makes you feel good getting something done. Yeah, create the container. Oh, that's what outline is. Oh my god. You gotta love a good it was in your face all along. And that's what the reading is for you. It was that the path is literally there. You're not anywhere that you're not meant to be, but you can't see the path yet. So do the things so that you can see the path and then try and walk it. Don't try and walk it before you can see where you're trying to walk. Yeah, create the outline. I'm going to hold that outline card up in case you want to screenshot that. Maybe if you feel like you are really resonating with this reading and you want to come back to this energy, but you're not wanting to like come back to the video and listen to it all again, maybe you can screenshot it and hope to remember all that energy, the idea of outlining, because it's a simple concept, it feels like here. Okay. Oh yeah, I'll continue to read. Snake. Live according to your divine essence, the elemental kingdom. The elemental king. But also kiln? Kiln? What's a kiln? I feel like I know what it is, but I don't. What I'm picturing anyway is like an iron, but it's really heavy. Be strong and courageous. Step in both worlds. You might feel very spacey. And it's not, it's actually like, you may have the idea that you're not able to ground things, but I think you're able to ground things really, really easily. It's just, again, the intention behind it, yeah, it's like the focus, because I think you are very expansive. Some of you, the words, like with that rhinoceros, be strong and courageous, it felt like a little bit of eliminating distraction. But that word distraction, you might have a new comprehension of that, or you might even develop a relationship with that concept or with that which is a distraction. Archangels Sandalphon and Rockquiel. With this, I keep wanting to say you're in perfect alignment. And those skills that may have felt more of a burden are actually, that word asset again comes through, are a great asset. You may find yourself like really particularly loving play. Oh yeah, at the very start it's like I said I wanted to play, but it was serious, so maybe that was a bit of like when it's serious your mind like wants to play. I don't feel like I fully got that message. Maybe you got it without me getting it. That rabbit card does want to show itself. Recognize your significance. Which again just feels like it's reiterating that feeling of the way that you are is very valuable. It's just accommodating yourself to that particular way that you're wired, that particular skill set of yours. Snake feels very much like shedding the old way of doing things and recognizing that, hey, now you don't have legs. Maybe you never had legs, but you were being taught the ways of moving forwards for those who have legs. But you don't have legs. You slither. Doesn't mean you're any slower, just means that you have a different way of doing it. Is that your reading? I'm going to clear this, put the plant up the top right. I didn't fully get this card. I don't understand this card. I think it's really obvious. This also just makes me think of learning. I did also get the thing with the green and gold. I don't know, I just think there's a lot more to it than I'm seeing. I think it's something really obvious. It could be a small nod for some of you, like you're writing a book or you're doing your studies on a laptop, which is like technology. I don't think it's that. I think it's more, I heard preferential. It's more idealized than that. Interesting. Spiritual technology. Sacred knowledge. It's making me think that you have something like just as natural as a plant, but it's like a laptop, but a laptop is just as much a part of the earth as a plant is. They're just different expressions and they require different juice to fulfill their needs to charge, and thus they also have different outputs, they have different expressions, different usages. But they're both valuable. Because value is perspective. Okay. Yeah, there's something about that dolphin card. It's popping up in my mind again. There might be something also about like this plant. It used to look like one of, I'm gonna say in this reading, it used to look like one of my most beautiful plants to my eyes, let's say, or fullest, most like put together, but that was in its old pot when it was also with another cactus, but then I repotted them both separately, and this guy, well, these guys, all of them, the collective of this guy, got put into a bowl of its own, which I was thinking would make it flourish, which it's like it's beginning to. Similar message to pile 1. It's beginning to flourish, but is still like finding it, or it was for a while finding its footing within this new plant pot, and it looks still a bit decrepit. Like it hasn't really, it's not in its fullest form yet, let's put it that way. And I think a part of that message is even that it was like this before. Like all these plants, it's not like they started dying or yeah, I guess feeling more malnourished when I repotted them. It's actually so much more flourishing, but because it's spread out now, because the pot is bigger, it's easier to see the weak points. It's easier to recognize where it's not at its fullest. So you may be feeling like you may be exploring a new topic or in like a new year at school, or something that you're new at or with, and feeling like you're worse than you it's like your own perception of yourself may have lowered in like value. I only laugh because it's like, it's not an unconditional sort of value of self. It's coming from like a sense of, okay, what within yourself were you actually placing your value on? But that doesn't really feel like a strong message for you here. It's more like the understanding of this was always you. You always had these strengths and weak points, but it's actually more like you always had these points that needed nourishing, that needed more attention, but they couldn't be helped where they used to be. You couldn't really see them. Maybe this was also like other people in the old place. You weren't seen for all that you were struggling with, and now that you're in the place where actually that struggle is able to flourish, that's when you see all that struggle. Okay, I want to get one of these cards for you. Maybe some runes also. Oh no. You know those like tiny pieces of cacti that I put above where you cannot see? Doing that to my cards just like blew them off the table. And have a fluffy mat in front. Whee! I feel like there might be some, like, a particular being that this is, like, another that this is, whole situation is surrounding, but I haven't been talking about them. Because this card I also see as, like, two beings, but and it's like they're so close in spirit, and yet they're apart physically, something along those lines. Or, like, there's a sense of both separation and connection, of being like two very, very similar souls, or two very similar creatives, or two very similar somethings, yet also sharing a degree of separation. Whoa, that has never made such a noise in all of my time shuffling. I swear, that's crazy. This is the way I would usually say is wrong, but I'm putting it in this place. I want it to be that direction, that way up. What was that? Like, it was a wow. And it was shocking. But I'm not saying it was bad shocking. It didn't scare me or anything. It just feels like, yeah, and we had in pile 2 something really, like, just getting out a card normally, it popped out normally, but I got scared by it. But that huge smash that I've never experienced before didn't scare me. It was actually kind of cool. Did some of you take something from Smash there? Interesting. I feel like you're finding all these new places you can grow. You outgrew the old pot. Okay, maybe you outgrew the new pot too. You outgrew the new pot. And suddenly I want to fall asleep. Is that just how you're feeling right now, or what was that about? I suddenly feel like I've had it. Were you good when we were talking about something else, but maybe the subject of the heart? Maybe a subject of romance, or the subject of a certain collaboration or a certain someone that you feel very close with? Maybe that is a sore spot. Okay, let's get some tarot. What are we seeing? I don't want to. That's what I'm feeling from you. I don't like it. I'm wanting to say in this moment, I'm not shuffling like that because it's doing anything. I'm shuffling because I want to. I think that's to do with the matter of the heart. Okay, I think we'll get pretty clear confirmation with tarot. It's what I'm feeling. That's that defensive energy, 7 of Wands, that feels like it mirrors what I was saying about picking up when we're talking about a matter of the heart. You're feeling defensive. Possibly is it to do with that not feeling fully in your element in the new place or something like that? Where do you want to be? King of Cups in reverse. You're not feeling emotionally stable, and I think that is making you feel like you don't want anyone near yourself, maybe? You might be feeling like you don't have much to give. I kind of want to not give new energies, but give clarification on them. Could this also be that one of you is the 7 of Wands defensive, which feels like must be you, right? And the other involved in this is the emotionally unavailable one, emotionally immature, perhaps not expressive, perhaps quite emotionally manipulative even. They could be very, very logical. They might be quite cold or cut off from feelings, and that makes you distance yourself from them, but maybe this is a sore spot for you. Back of the deck is 7 of Swords, and we have 7 of Pentacles showing there. So I think this is someone that you have really put a lot of energy towards. We have King of Swords upright. I think this is someone who you've really analyzed them. I think you've really analyzed them because you don't trust them. Because I think you found that they weren't trustworthy or aren't trustworthy. Or you're finding that you're really wanting to hold your ground in some sense, to not let them penetrate your barriers, your boundaries. You're not wanting to let them cross the line. They're out of line. They were out of line. I feel like there's a sense that you accepted a lot. I heard something along the lines of, I could accept this, I accepted when you did this, but this is where I draw the line. Like, I know. I can't have a close relationship with you if this is how you speak, or this is how you deal with emotions. I feel a sense of particular manipulation with them. Like, they were very controlling, and it's like, it's giving me someone who is very emotional. It's not that it's like they're emotionally unavailable, but it doesn't appear that way, because they could even like throw fits, or they could have a lot of attention drawn towards them and their emotions. It's like they know how to flow with their emotions, because they're very empathic. It feels like or at least they understand what other people feel, and what the responses they'll get by doing certain things will happen. that was not words good. That's what it feels like. It feels like they know what place to put what words to get what, to elicit what response. And you may have had a sense of this. The fox is making me think that it's like you were wise to this for a long time, but it took, or I think it's still taking a toll on your psyche, or your ability to something. It's making you feel like you can't trust them, but you also feel like you're in a sort of relationship with them. Like I think you're still talking to them, or you're still around them somehow. I said the degree of separation, but also togetherness. So it could be that you're in full physical separation, but that you still feel them. They might even really know how to manipulate energies to like draw you in. This is giving like the King of Cups and all he knows of emotion, and yet using it, I'm thinking, to benefit them alone. Because they're in pain. They feel like they can't get their needs met in a way that is truthful to love for everyone. Or maybe truthful full stop. They feel like they need to like play games is kind of what comes through. Why am I really slowing down? Do they have somewhat of a slowness to them? That might be a confirmation for some. Yeah, look, King of Pentacles at the back. That could have been confirmation for some of you. Like they, maybe you were in between people. Eight of Cups. Yeah, someone that either walked away or that you walked away from. And they have a really slow, possibly very soothing or alluring speech. Unless you know who I'm on about and that's not true, but for some of you that's really confirming. It almost feels like very magnetic, not in like a potent, maybe actually in a potent way, but it's, I don't know, it's so watery. And I think it's very Cancerian feeling. And Cancer, it can definitely be passively manipulative to the benefit or to the detriment. Okay, let's get a card about you. Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, you're focused on yourself. All that I said could also feel more like it's talking about what you've just been through or the past. This is like you're very solid in yourself. You're not giving in. You're not overgiving your... It's like you have your heart, you have your love for them, but there's a strong sense of having firm boundaries that are based off self-respect. I heard also based off what you've already given. Some of you feel like you can really justify and reassure yourself through saying, probably to yourself, but maybe to them, through saying, like, I've already done so much for you, I'm not doing any more. This could be something where you overgave, and when you put in boundaries, they really twisted in some sense. So what about them? I just heard this is not someone who's happy. Some of you, because of their own dissatisfaction, they try and get other people to feel just as dissatisfied, because that is how they feel their closeness. That's how they feel togetherness with others, because they feel like they can't be happy, so they need to, so they can't like bring you, if you're happy and they're not happy and they don't feel like they can be happy, they're then gonna have to bring you down to their level of unhappiness to feel any sort of connection to others, which is to say love, comfort. So they have death, transformation. This is lit a fire within them. This, I think you're pulling away. Your firmness in yourself has created the need for like shifts within themselves. I think there's a lot of chaos in their energy right now. They might feel very here, there, and everywhere. That might be some of what you might be picking up on that. So if you do resonate with being empathic and connected to them, if you start to feel chaotic out of nowhere, or just if you start to feel an being everywhere energy, you might want to question if that's their feelings, so that you can return to your own stability. We have strength, but it's in reverse and cutting to 5 of Wands. What's this about? Okay, this is making me think of, it's making me think of yesterday's reading, the last reading before this, the final pile. This is making me think of kindness, not, and strength coming not through a gentleness, not through simply being, but actually through more of like a firmness, more of what we would describe as literal strength. I think what you're doing or what you've done is something that is very apparently strong, and okay, I think part of the reason why I'm saying that is maybe, okay, what is wanting to, yeah, you might feel with 2 of Swords, it's like you might doubt your own kindness, your own softness of heart, because what this situation has asked out of you is for you to not be in that feminine softness. It's asked for that masculine strength, that that outline, that firm, like this is the line. And for that, it's like a deliberate, it's not wonky, it's not gentle, it's firm. So you may be doubting your gentleness because you've been called into an energy of firmness. So I hope that clarifies that it's not that you've lost or that you lack compassion or softness. It's just that compassion and softness is being protected by something firmer. Okay. You may really feel such a love for them though, or like a connection. It's like you feel, you might, okay, I want to get a confirmation for what the energy I'm kind of about to say is, and I already know the essence of this, and I don't need to be getting cards, but the reason I'm expressing that is because I think that you already know something, but it's okay for you to get confirmation. If you feel like, if you feel a sense of like wavering on your boundaries, like you might slip into perhaps old patterns of like giving in or of slacking on your boundaries, it's okay to get but you know that that's not in your highest benefit, that's not in anyone's best interest, then it's a message for you that it's okay to get reassurance that it is okay to put these boundaries in, that it is okay for you to be happy alone. It's okay for you to be happy without them. It's okay for you to be happy, because maybe this connection, like we said, that they don't feel happy and they try and bring others to being not happy for connection. That's how they believe they can have connection. This may have mirrored something for you in childhood where you felt like you weren't safe when you were happy, and perhaps that was an independence of sorts, like you needed to be looking at your parents, and then this maybe reflected into friendships and partners and other areas of life where you felt like your focus needed to be on the other, when in fact your own happiness was always there, and yet you had been like dragged down and felt like your safety was in that being dragged down, accommodating to the other's whims, as opposed to recognizing that you can stay in your own emotion or your own energy. Again, I want to say your own happiness. It's okay to not be looking at others. It's okay to turn your back to others. It's okay for you to choose yourself and be happy with that. I'm not saying that that is always the emotion that's present. I'm just saying that's okay. Because I feel like this situation may make you question and bring up triggers from earlier in life where that didn't feel okay. And so there's a reassurance here that yes, it is okay. It's okay for you to choose what makes you feel good, what lightens you. It's okay for you to choose your own expansion. It's okay for you to choose to thrive outside of anyone else. The cards want to do a sort of tower triangle. It looks a bit like a cave. Seven of Swords was what was creating it. It feels like Seven of Swords was blocking the Ace of Pentacles, which is a new life, a new birth, opportunities outside of yourself for abundance. Feeling, it feels like the start of somewhere that you, or somewhere or something you can grow. And that was being blocked by, I think, the idea of this person, because I want to say it's like not necessarily them or one, but it's the whole essence of you feeling like you needed to be connected to this essence. It was the idea that you needed to remain small, remain unhappy, to stay safe and to receive love. Okay, so let's get an extra card for you. Look at the back. And I saw, we've got Ace of Cups, emotional renewal, like having that fullness of life, of love within you. And Six of Swords which is moving away, and from like turbulence into peace, into calmness, steadiness. And what I asked and then saw the back of the deck of was like what you're coming into, and it was like that Ace of Pentacles that was being blocked by this energy, this figure, this idea of a figure, but also that reflecting out into the figure itself, like your choice to remain tied to them, that kind of thing. What was being blocked was the opportunity for immense gratitude, immense gratitude for life, immense legacy and spiritual abundance. Okay, I keep wanting, it's like I wanted to say this is so physical, but actually what was flowing out was that this is an emotion, this is a sense, this is a spiritual liberation, a feeling of being in your growth at like full capacity, like Pentacles being abundance and 10 being the top, being the most. You feel like you can really be at your most you can be a greater self. You can expand and see how much you can stretch, how far you can go, how much of yourself you can embody, how light you can get, or how, insert adjective you like, you can feel. There's a strong sense of like potent liberation here. Feeling freed. Feeling like your outline is yours to decide. And yours to keep clean if you wish to keep it clean within. Or to really be the one in control of what comes into your outline. Not based off anything that slows you down, or it can be slowing down in a peaceful sense, but maybe not what slows down your growth or your, I heard expertise. It's like you have an excellence that wants to be really allowed to be in its full bloom. Because it went from Ace to 10. It makes me think it really was something that was hindering what is already like grown within you, but not able to actually be present. It's like you're already so full, so expansive, and yet you're not embodying any of it, or you weren't. Not because you don't have it, not because you can't tap into that, not because you don't know that you're that, but it's because a part of you still felt like you couldn't be that, like it was unsafe to really be that. So it's like as soon as that block that was stopping the 2 of Pentacles, 3 of Pentacles, 4 of Pentacles, all the way up, as soon as that block was removed, then everything comes out. Then all of you is present. It's going from 0 to 100. That's super cool. And you're the Queen of Pentacles. It's like something that's so made for you, something that's so in alignment with the very nature that you embody, the very nature of who you are. The expansion of that, the expression, the fullness of that. Because it was never dormant. It just kept being shut down. The activation happened long ago. So you're not activating it, you're just removing the cloth, the barrier, the barricade, the walls, the rubble, the whatever that was being shoved on top of it that you stayed accepting. With that removal, everything is freed. And that's not the case with everyone. I wouldn't just be saying that. I felt like that was wanting to be said for some of you. There's nothing wrong with slow progression. There's nothing wrong with feeling like we're taking one step closer and seeing that gradual growth. It's like why I love plants. It's like you can see the gradual growth. But for you, it's not that. It's like the plant was already fully grown, but there was a lid on it. There was not just like a see-through lid, but there was something where you couldn't even really see it. It was being kept under wraps. And then all you need to do is take off that cloak of sorts, that mask of sorts, that was kind of saying that it wasn't there. Maybe you resonate more with feeling like it wasn't allowed to be there, but it feels more, for a lot of you, I feel like there was a sense of being gaslit into feeling like it wasn't there, but it always was. And so that unveiling, again, it takes you straight into the fullness of it. Snip. Okay. I'm going to end your reading there, pile 3. See you in another if I do, or see you in that expansive nature of yours if not. Bye bye. Camera remains on as I clear away for pile 4. I feel like half of you feel invigorated and inspired, and half of you feel more dragged down and more like the tie to them is stronger. It's like because you were pulled into that vibration we were speaking of that expansion. I need to look up if expansivity is a word. It's not that I'll stop using it if it's not, but I just would like to know if it is commonly used or not. What was I saying? Yeah, some of you feel like yes, I'm more tapped into that expansivity expansion, and others of you felt like because we tapped into that, it really highlighted where the root to this and essence is or was. So maybe we'll get a few cards for you, for those of you, I'm thinking in particular those who felt dragged down, where you feel like you're not able to cut away, or you're not able to take away that cloth, that cover. I kind of want to know the time. Oh, I said I was going to use runes, didn't I? And I didn't. Was that for your pile or for the previous pile? 2 hours 47. I suddenly feel like a drink. It's like a thick drink, not anything like a smoothie. I'm seeing it as a blue drink. Are some of you just drinking this? Or someone? It's like, it's not a Lucozade. Not a Lucozade. I was thinking of like a Gatorade. Gatorade? Is that a thing? Anyway, it's blue, and it feels like it's almost slimy, but it's not at all slimy. But it's, I don't know, it has a certain thickness to it. It's still like a thin drink, but I don't know what that thickness of it means. It's like an abundant feeling, I think. I feel like it's not a super potent flavor. It's like an alkaline kind of experience. Okay, this is Ingwaz, but I felt like I called something Inguz the other day. I want to look at these to see if I can see what I was confusing myself with. And I think that's what you're experiencing. It's like, let's look at the truth so we can see what I may be confusing myself with. Ingus. Did I say Ingwaz? Are they both? I think maybe there's 2 names for it. Maybe I'll look up that later. I kind of want this one, kind of don't. North is. Okay. I think actually the reason why I put that back was from your energy of like, you're not wanting to look at your needs. You're not wanting to look at what isn't being fulfilled. What is this giving? Please don't just give the fertility card. Okay, I have an idea of what this might be about to say, but I'm gonna hold off until I have the full picture. I think that's what you're being called to do. Instead of, some of you may be feeling like you're wanting to push forwards, but that's not working, and that might be causing more like of an ugh feeling. So the message for you is to not try and move forward before you feel like you're ready, and honoring where you're at, and more than anything, trying to get more of the full picture, trying to see more of the truth. So that's what we'll do here. I think for a lot of you, looking at where you had your needs unfulfilled in childhood, by looking at how you feel right now. Writing could be helpful for you to discovering this. Yeah, I think maybe some of you also avoid looking at this because you feel like you don't believe it's possible. Like, this is looking at your belief systems, I think. Okay, that's maybe why it was in reverse. It's not so much belief in the ability. I think it is both. I think it's a bit of believing in the possibility of freedom, I guess. But I think more than that, it's talking about, yeah, remembrance in reverse. Like, what do you believe, and what do you believe that you need to give in order to receive love? And where were you taught that? What do you remember? What is in your bones? What has been taught to you about what you must need and what you must not need? Okay, so let's maybe try to get some answers. I do want to say though, some of you, I feel like this isn't actually going to resonate for. It might even confuse you more. So if you're feeling like, I don't know, to carry on listening, I'd say don't. It might just confuse you more. And if it does confuse you, carry on listening, and it does confuse you more, just allow that to be. And I would say don't listen to... Yeah, okay. Some of you, this will stick. This will stick. And it might just keep coming to your brain, something that it doesn't fit in your puzzle piece, your idea of your childhood or your idea of your relationship, something like that. But the idea of it will stick, and the call isn't to try and push anything, but just to allow that to be, and to perhaps open a tiny bit to the idea that it does fit. And then if it did fit, it's like not needing to say that it does, but just if it did, exploring the potential for what that would mean, what that represents. Not what it has to mean in your life now. That's something that can naturally come up, but what that would mean about where you've come from, and I guess your feelings now. Instead of like looking to the future, more about seeing the relationship between how you feel now and how you felt in past relationships, based off or in cohesion with your childhood relationships. Because in essence, it feels like you're experiencing dynamics that aren't fulfilling, aren't meeting your needs. And that's come from a place of not having had those needs be okay within childhood. And so there's a safety that you've built around believing that love comes when you don't have those needs met. So you kind of place yourself subconsciously into those positions where you don't have your needs met, because that was how you experienced love in childhood. So this feels like an awakening of sorts to why you attract the kinds of dynamics that you do. Okay, so why do you? What are your needs that are going unmet? Yeah, what needs are going unmet? Yeah, cause I got a sense of like, that's nice and simple. That's simpler than I thought. At the back of the deck is miracles. You're a joy bringer. That's that happiness. I'll read it. You are the joy bringer. You bless the world with positivity and love. Energy soars on your shining wings. Spread the miracle of happiness. I feel like this could go either way. So take what applies for you. Some of you felt like you had to actively not be happy. And others of you felt like you had to actively be happy. Like that your happiness was your purpose in childhood. Like you were the giver. You were the one who brought others happiness. So maybe some of you resonate with it being both. Like you were the one who had to give others happiness, but it was tailored towards them. So it was more, it wasn't like an open container of like, hey, you be happy with your own personal happiness, but it was like, hey, no, you be the kind of happiness that I want you to be for me. And that might have sounded harsh, and maybe it would be helpful to also bring the perspective that parents only ever teach what they feel is necessary for themselves to receive love. They're not like, we're not like a species who actively tries to traumatize our children unless we feel like traumatizing our children is what is the like safest option. I got caught up around that. So maybe you get caught up in trying to find more compassion, and maybe it's your compassion that kind of leads you towards feeling like you can't fully admit to the needs that you have. You can't fully admit to having gone without something, because you might feel like that means something, like it means that you're ungrateful, or it means that you look down on others, or it means something. So there's also a recognition there, if that applies for you, that you don't have to take on the belief that you seeing the truth means, or you seeing a painful truth perhaps in specific, means that you see anything as less than what you saw it as before. In other words, you can still love and recognize that that which you love caused you pain. So we have sea turtle protection. This can also talk to like home within the self. I'm being drawn back to this: be protected and happy. You have everything you need. Or there could have been like a self-sufficiency that you had to deal with. Or maybe because I was asking what the needs that you had that went unmet were. This makes me think of boundaries, which make me think of that outline card again, because Black Jaguar is so biting, and they carry their food up the tree to protect it from being stolen, I guess. I would guess. Walk through life with confidence and grace. Old soul, Black Jaguar. You have the power from beyond the world. Focus on what you really want. You can create your dreams. Perhaps your connection to spirit also, but more than that, I'm feeling it's all to do with your raw power, your strength. It's feeling like a very masculine energy here. I'm not saying that's what Jaguar is, but here it feels like boundaries. And also seeing the dark side of life. I think that maybe you were taught to not look at what was going wrong, to not point out flaws. You were taught that things were lighter, like think that everything was okay, maybe when it didn't feel like it was. Because you see more, you see beyond. So with the protection, perseverance, and Ram, and personal choice, you may have felt like you lacked personal choice. A few of you are gonna take different things from this. So maybe I'll hold them like that so you can screenshot and take your own messages. But what I'm currently feeling is that you may have lacked the ability to choose for yourself. Okay, I'm seeing it two ways though. I'm seeing it like some of you had to always be in control. You always had to be the one choosing everything. It's like you almost didn't have parents. Like they weren't choosing anything for you. They weren't like a place that you could rely on. But others of you, it's like they were too much of like quote unquote parents. They were too controlling. Like you had no choice. And with this protection card, some of you, it's like you were completely immersed in your surroundings and you had no sense of self. Like that was decided for you. And others of you, it was more like you had to build a very strong sense of self because it's like you had to be your own parent. You had to grow a thick shell. You had to protect yourself because no one else would. Perseverance, Ram. Ram is in the center. I'm not getting that. What is that? It's making me think of stability again. And also control. It's like you're either made to feel like you couldn't make any decisions for yourself, like you lacked control over your own desires, over your own body, over your own mind, your own emotions, your own spirit, whatever that was about you. You either lacked that control over yourself, or you were never given the support where you could rest, and you had to continually be switched on. You always had to keep going, keep doing, keep working. You had to be that very solid sense of control because no one else was handling things. And this doesn't have to be so extreme for all of you. I'm saying things that are quite like cutthroat or black and white, but it could be a smaller degree of everything I'm saying, but it's like it still created an impact on you. It still wasn't a sense of full unconditional love, of really feeling like your personal wellness was taken care of in the way that was unique to you. Yeah, okay, I think I'm going to end your reading there, Pal 3. Hope that helped. And if not, worry not. Life will guide you when the time is right. That being you guide you when the time is right. But also the you that is everyone and all of your guides and all that is. Okie dokie. Put the plant back on the windowsill. Some of you might really resonate with sheep energy. Wanted to mention that. Let us burn some more incense before pile 4. Before pile 4. Oh, also I'm going to clear those cacti that I brushed off the desk. And look at what time it is. Do you see that? It's like sparking off of it. feels quieter than usual. Sometimes the in-betweens feel like, even if there is silence, it feels fuller. I don't want to say fuller. I guess more active. This feels very still. Or observant. Da-da-da. That's making me think of Adatara from City, the manga / anime. Oh wait, that stays in. Pile 4 up. Okay, where did those cacti go? I got them. There's a cool pink light on my wall from the sun, and I don't know what it's bouncing off. Oh, my laptop. Let's switch this around. Let's do. What do we want to be seeing? There, we've got a little bit of the moon. Cool. Welcome in, pile 4. Oh, look at him. Oh, what? Oh, what? This is my animal deck. This is the pouch they live in alongside this other deck that is like a weird random guys. And then the clean slates that have yet to be drawn. Oh, I have a hair on my arm. I feel suddenly like zoned into another spaceship or another paradigm. Some of you have something really particular that you're zoned into right now. Some of you are playing a game. Okay. Anyway, I thought, because I think what I had seen was the fox card, and because this is a different kind of fox, it goes in this deck, but there's also a normal fox which is in this animal deck. Confused energy. I almost want to start your pile again. There's a shift up with you because I also switched the candle and where the plant was positioned around. I wanted to know also that there's a moon. Did I even say welcome into your pile like I usually do? I must have. Yeah, I'm almost certain I did. And I felt good when I was doing it. What's that about? Like something feels good. It felt clean, I think. It felt so spacious. It really did. I think it really felt like a new place. Lots of newness in this video, I feel like. You know what? That's not even fully true, but I think that's your energy. It's like you're not just saying there's something new, but there's a lot that's new. That's in your aura. So we have spider, dragonfly. In this moment, I want to say that they're so similar, but they're so different. Like think of both those animals. The vibration is just flip-flopped. And yeah, I want to say they look the same. So maybe something you're experiencing, it's like you're expecting, yeah, I think this is different areas of your life. It's like you're expecting this newness to be in one particular area. It could be an expansive area, but you're still expecting it to be one. And yet this newness actually floods into so much more. Oh, and vulture. I think I didn't say that. We've got jellyfish. Have you embraced an immortal body? I feel kind of not good in your energy. In like a I'm antsy. I think you're feeling not good in your something. Circumstances, emotions, what be it. You might be feeling like it's too new. Or like, you know, the comfort that comes from, I guess, the moon, like the old. I feel like you might be stretching for that because everything feels so new. If this isn't resonating as the present, this could also be something you're about to step into, or something that just happened that you want confirmation on, or it's revisiting for a particular mindset shift that you didn't really get fully when you experienced it, but the reiteration of it is significant. You could even fall into all three of the categories. And with me saying that, it's like that is such an altered perspective in and of itself. There's so much about multiple and abundance too here, because I'm thinking just of like sheer volume of lots of single things, like lots of spider legs, lots of spider webs, lots of strings in a single spider web, dragonfly, so many perspectives. The ability to comprehend at lightning speed, or at much speed. I don't know how slow lightning is. And that jellyfish is like you're feeling it all. It's something that has, I had like violated your subconscious. But vulture, it's like that's when things shift. That's when things aren't in the same line. It's like dragonfly and spider are opposites of the same thing, the same pendulum. But vulture is just something, it's not even a pendulum, it's a rock, or like, I don't know, a chair. I think you're feeling angry or like frustrated. I think that something might not be going your way or the way you had intended. Let's get some of these cards. Some of you also like wish you were out of something, or wish something would stop. Some of you wish the banging would stop. That could be expressed in physical banging. That could also be expressed in internalness. I think you're feeling really triggered, and like your emotions are super heightened, and like any one wrong thing just makes you want to explode. Like, it's the feeling of like, maybe usually you could stub your toe and just, I don't know, laugh or be like ow and move on. But this time it's like, okay, if you stubbed your toe in this energy, you'd want to scream and you'd want to just bawl out crying or hurt something. There's a feeling like that coming from like you want to hurt something, coming from, I think, you feeling very hurt right now. You might not have considered it in that energy before, or that expression of this is hurt, this is pain, because maybe you were more focused on external, like I want to do this, or I want to have this, or I want to be out of this, like stop it, like outside of yourself, that you hadn't fully realized that right now I am feeling hurt, because there's such like an anger, or if it's like a fire, and fire is like outside of yourself. It's painful. Yeah, I want to like lend my hand to you, my hand of empathy. But yeah, this is, it's a hard emotion for you to be in right now. So let's see if we can shift through it. If we can find a A direction of peace. Okay. Those cards also took so long, so this just could be something that's dragged out, or you've watched hurting you for a long time. Again, I think that might be clicking in a weird way for some of you, like watched hurt you. You've got it. I think you're far more in your element than it might feel. Okay, so we have Aisha and Haro. These are just 2 character cards. I'll put them to the side. They're more for me, because clearly there's no image on them. But that is an image of itself. In and of itself. Okay. And now let's get another card to pop. Pop on top. There's a... what is this feeling? It's so much like anger, or saying discontentment doesn't feel like enough. You feel like you could really have a go at someone right now. Maybe even do something out of character. Okay, so Aisha, as well as this card here, is giving very magical feeling. And it really fits with Spider. A very dark feminine energy. Books could also be significant. Ow, 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 ow. This is painful. My poor pile 4s. You do have a cactus. And the cactus is spiky, but it's within a really, really magical, gentle mug. It's so comforting. It's so that, like, there's a moon, but then there's something really not nice there. This, for some of you, you're in a home, someplace that's supposed to be really like a place for you to peacefully dwell, a place where you can, I guess, just feel at home might be the best way to describe that. To like come home and regenerate, to feel at peace, to feel safe, but there's something like really destructive inside of it, and that just feels horrible. Some of you could also have others like who are in an argument in your wherever you are right now, like, and it just feels really horrible to be around, to be hearing, or to just be by an energy that's not loving. You may even feel picked out, or like maybe like a why me mentality. You know what it's feeling like? The vulture is feeling like you're supposed to eat dead things, but you're eating me and I'm alive. It's like you've been mistaken for something that's allowed to be eaten, allowed to be used, but you're alive. Okay, that sentence elicited, I used that word earlier, brought lots of different, a lot of you felt an emotion or reaction to that, me saying that. I feel a lot of you felt calmer. Some of you, that really helped you get more into the emotion, that like it kind of spiraled you out more. But I think for the most part, you're feeling more calm now. I feel like that might be from feeling the camaraderie perhaps with me, of like, I feel you, I see you, and perhaps the validation that it's not an easy thing, perhaps. Okay, now let's get one for Haro. For some of you, it could be a father figure that is causing the pain. Or a partner. But it feels like a masculine figure. Take it if it resonates, obviously. I feel like they're invasive. Ow, yeah, you're in pain. What is going on? Okay. I think I'm gonna get some tarot for you also. Maybe some sacred geometry too. I think maybe what's so painful is also this feels like it might not be a one-time thing. For some of you, this is also a mother and a father who are in conflict or separation, perhaps, because it's like, look how far these two characters are placed, and Aisha is a feminine, like extremely feminine, and Haro is extremely masculine. I guess this could be, I'm seeing a lot of different situations, but I feel like it's a strong feminine and a strong masculine. That's not even true for everyone. Okay, take it as it resonates. Okay. I also am getting a feeling like, am I really misreading this? Like, I was so focused on what I was feeling from you that I feel like I got taken out of what was actually happening. So that might be what you've experienced. Like, you got really wrapped into the feeling of it that you kind of couldn't see clearly, or maybe you doubted what was really going on. Something along those lines. There could have been some sense of wanting to retreat because of this difficulty you're experiencing. This could have been like harsh words. This could definitely be verbal fighting, whether that be in your surroundings or to you. Abrasive, like not caring, not thinking, just saying things that come to mind, or even intentionally saying things to cause harm, to cause a reaction, to cause drama. Is there something I'm not getting? The cards usually start shuffling in the way that they currently are for me when there isn't a card to get. I don't understand. That's the energy I'm in. Are you in that energy? Are you in an energy of I don't understand? For some of you, I feel like you don't understand why this is happening, which is bringing me back to that feeling of like, why me again? Do we just want to get maybe a different card? I think that might be it. So with that, it could also be, if you don't understand why, looking at it from a different perspective could really help. It could be, again, this isn't going to resonate for everyone, I feel, but this could really be confirming to hear. This could be the mother figure who is very harsh with her words. Even noises for some of you. If it's not what she's saying, it's some sort of expression that is harmful. Yeah, some of you felt like it wasn't okay to really like stand on the fact that it's harmful. So this has helped you feel like it is okay to see it for what it is, kind of deal. That was a lot of words that didn't fully make sense. That could also be what the Knight of Swords does. They might be very illogical, actually, even though they might say, it's like they say a lot maybe, but not really of substance. It's weird. It's like maybe they're trying to be cutting, but actually I'm seeing the sword is quite blunt. Because they're not... It's like a lack of strategy, a lack of actually communicating in order to have an understanding, but just communicating like out of like a need that they have to communicate. They may have come from a sense of feeling like like they're always misheard, or like they won't be seen unless they really make a big deal out of something, or I'm not sure, but they might be more listening, like they might have better ears in some sense than they let on. It's like, even though they're not very graceful with their words, they do have an intuition about what they're saying. Which just makes me think again of like they're saying something in order to hurt. Like their intention, they know that what they're saying is hurting, and they know that what they're saying isn't actually in order to create harmony or create understanding, right? Because we often communicate in order to allow others to understand us, or to understand something that we're trying to get across, something in order to create understanding between both or all parties. But this figure, for whatever painful for them reasons, feels like they want to say things and express themselves, not to create understanding, but to just create pain, just to create a particular impact. They hear what you or the others say more than you'd think, because they react based on that. Okay, that could also be it. That might have been what I was trying to get at for a while. I think they were very reactive. They are very reactive. So we have root chakra, but I want to pull it in reverse, which is like a lack of stability. The frequency of the root chakra, the red flower of life, stimulates passion and supports our sense of security on this physical plane, both in our bodies as well as in the physical world. I'm going to jump up for a moment and, oh yeah, the back of the deck is perception, with that dragonfly which talks about having so many different perspectives. I'll hold this up in case you want to screenshot that for later. You can't really see it, can you? It's quite dark. Okay. Yeah, I think there's a lack of stability within your home because of a feminine figure who is harsh with her expressions. So what is it about perception? Under that was coherence, which speaks to a collaboration of the heart and mind, speaking words from the heart. Back consciousness. Yeah, there's like a lack of awareness here, and that's caused a feeling of great unsafeness. It's like you can't relax because this feminine figure could be triggered at any moment. Again, if it's not feminine, just like to change who you know this is talking about. Yeah, it feels like it creates a lack of being able to root yourself at home because the home is spiky. Like, look at all those spikes on the cacti. It's like the swords of this knight. All the different possible like pain points that they can hit, or that they have created. Okay, now let's get, I think that's this. Okay, we might get another tarot card for here because it kind of feels like maybe the perception. Okay, it's the perception of, okay, you might not even be experiencing this. This could have also just been talking about what your childhood was like. But whatever this is, it's created a perspective within you that home is not safe, or that you can't ground yourself somewhere because you're always on edge for an attack of sorts, whether that be towards you or towards just the environment, or within your environment towards another. I'm going to read this. The frequency of perception supports our natural curiosity, moving us beyond our comfort zone to find the edges. Yeah, it's that. It's like, this isn't, I'm not reading more of that. That there's a strong sense of the place that should be most comforting is very much the opposite of a comfort zone. It's like a fight zone, a war zone. Is your pile that I said, is someone playing, right? Are you playing Warzone? Maybe that was actually it. Not that game, but maybe you do have to distract yourself, like a sense of you have felt the need to not be dropped into the heart space of comfort and feeling somewhat aggravated, not settled because of the environment. Okay, I feel like I didn't really get at what that was trying to say, but maybe someone got something from that, or maybe we'll be about to get it. Okay, so what about the other side? I'm not gonna shuffle like that. I'm gonna shuffle like this. Wee. There's also a message coming through for you that there could be several opportunities for you. However, you may be feeling like you can't take them because of, or that maybe they're not fully presenting themselves in some way as available because of a past you've had that made you feel like it's unsafe for these opportunities. And or it's like an attachment to still feeling under the control of the old way. Maybe feeling like you can't fully get out of this situation. So if you feel like you're trapped somewhere where you somewhere where you don't want to be, I guess that's the simplest way of saying that, then there's a call to looking at the parts of you that feel as though you must, yeah, I guess that's simple, yeah. Looking at the devil, feeling like some of you may also, sorry this is bitty, some of you may attract partners that you feel tied to, and it's not a choice to be with them as much as it is like I feel stuck with them. And this coming based off a feeling like you somehow need to deal with a stressful home environment in order to like feel at home. It's kind of like a feeling of having got used to strife and then subconsciously creating that strife. I'm not getting it so clearly with you. I feel like you have maybe maybe it's coming away from an unhealed feminine and into somewhere where you actually are at peace, because this is giving now like a reciprocative, healthy, healed energy. And I cut the deck to Knight of Cups, and Ace of Cups is at the back, which makes me think you may have an opportunity of love, or you may be looking to future prospects of love that are very much in alignment with you, but you may feel... Oh, we're cutting to Six of Wands too. Yeah, it's a full feeling of love that you're not at odds, and there's no pain involved here. Some of you may feel like you're questioning it. What is the, like, why? There's like a but, I feel, or I don't understand. I want to get my animal deck, but I also kind of... Okay, some of you have opportunities that they feel like they really resonate with you and take you out of the old energetic space. They feel like they allow you to fully be with yourself in a peaceful environment, and like you're actually being seen, you're actually being taken care of. You're being given to, not killed. I feel like maybe this, for a lot of you, is actually a pattern that you've overcome, or that you're very much on the brink of overcoming, or this is just a process that you are moving through, stepping more into a space of receiving and of... What is it? Let me get an animal card, or two, or three. Your energy feels like it might have moved a bit more into emotional, I guess I'm trying to express, as opposed to like anger. It's more gentle now, it feels, for most of you. That's not true for everyone. Someone needed to hear that. It's okay if you're not in that. Okay. Okay, I love that. Infinite possibilities with unicorn, and self-reliance with snow leopard. This is a very clear energy. It's very cleansed, and back of the deck is dog friend. Okay, I'm gonna be just asked to be recentered so I can get the message for this clearly. Okay, that's the message. You're being recentered. You're being reset. There's I heard of a final, or I was trying to say like a huge cleansing, but instead my mouth wanted to say F, which made me think of final. There's a final cleansing going on of this massive pattern, and you're able to detach from that which was feeling like a burden and feeling like you were almost destined to live out an existence in collaboration with, whether that be someone in particular you have in mind, or just it's more like the essence I'm trying to get at. I think the essence you're coming into is that of peace, of knowing that you aren't stuck, and that you can, I want to say, escape the patterns that you came from. That was not the end, and that you can have as many new beginnings as you want. That you can go in any direction and really feel as though you're in control of your own well-being and sense of harmony. You feel like you're making like a 180 shift of perspective of your own stability, your own ability to feel safe, to feel... I want to say the expression of safe is like a, in this sense, is like a prolonged feeling of comfort. A prolonged feeling of being able to let your guard down because there's nothing attacking you. There's no war in the environment. There's nothing trying to get at you. There's no harsh energy. There's a really healing tone. It so much feels like infinity, like 0 point, like a nothingness. Some of you may really feel like you're starting all over again. Like you're the Fool card. Like you're so new. I'll read these two. I just love how zero they are, how white, how clean they are. Unicorn, infinite possibilities. You are the sovereign of the seen and unseen worlds. The magic of love surrounds you. Beauty transforms you. Listen to the spirits of light. Abandon the darkness. Go beyond the ordinary and become the legendary. I might read that because that didn't really encompass the energy I was getting from it, I feel. Snow leopard. I'll read it from the guidebook. Snow leopard, self-reliance. You are strongly independent and often solitary. Integrity is important for your best outcome. Cloak yourself with invisibility. Yeah, that invisibility made me think of like, they can't get you now. Or nothing can get to you now. Yeah. Yeah, that felt important to say. They can't get to you now. Cloak yourself with invisibility and walk with the shamans. Use your intuition and let your life unfold in silent perfection. There might be... I think there's a strong message for someone that you don't have to tell them where you're going. They don't have to know where you are or who you've become. Yeah, okay. Power, purity, protector, possibilities, enchantment, beauty, luck, travel, mystery. Something about mystery really stands out there. Mystery, magic, master of transformation, miracles, weather, nature spirits. What is that about mystery? Because it so fits the Aisha and this card. I think there's a sense of not completely understanding what it is that you're so frustrated at, or not understanding what was causing you pain. Like maybe you had been in pain for so long that you hadn't really recognized it as pain, or maybe you were just left in the dark in some sense, that you didn't really understand it. And whether you have a complete shift, awakening of understanding everything that you once didn't, and that's what leads to the full self-reliance, the full cleansed newness, or it's a complete acceptance that you don't need to understand in order to let go and walk away. That feeling, that vibration, it doesn't matter, either one. I think you'll probably know for your own individual circumstance. Or maybe it's a bit of both for some of you. Unicorns have become a symbol for all that is magical, pure and good. There's so much about magic. Oh, black magic could have been something involved here also. I don't usually talk about that because I don't really know. I don't really know much about it. But maybe I know more than I'm letting on. Okay, that's the message from that. Maybe they know more than they're letting on. Maybe they were more, again with that perceptive or that ears. It's like for some of you, a deceptive figure, they knew what they were doing more than they let on. Yeah. They knew that they were causing you pain more than they had you believe. I think that might have been causing a lot of that struggle. Okay. In medieval myth, it was a wild woodland creature that could cure the sick. I think that might be all I need to say, actually. I think it was that mystery part. They may have also presented themselves as a healer. Like, they may have presented themselves as healing words, and when in actuality they were very misguided words. They may very well be highly spiritual, highly in tune with the unseen, highly in tune with hidden forces, but they may have used them in ways that weren't for love. The word trickery wants to come through. Okay, I'll leave that there. Self-reliance, let's read that then. Snow leopard. There we go. Yeah, it took a while, but we got there. Okay, silence, focus, self-reliance, solitude, stealth, shaman, intuitive, integrity, independence, power, grace. Snow leopard is the lord of silent power. They live in the harsh climates of the Himalayas where they cloak themselves in invisibility. Their inner knowing is enhanced by observation. I don't know what... I think I might have misinterpreted the masculine energy at the start. I think maybe you might resonate slightly more with masculine energy. I don't get that for a lot of you, but you might have a certain masculinity to you. But I feel like you might be either this... I think there's different situations. Some of you, it was like two people outside of yourself, but some of you, you were the masculine in the situation with a feminine, and the feminine presented themselves as light and loving, but and they may have like pinned you as like quote unquote the bad guy, because that's what I read at the start, and maybe for some of you that is applicable, not as you being the bad guy, but of there being a masculine and feminine, or just multiple others who weren't acting out of love. But for this new situation, if it applies for you, there is a sense of having read you wrong. Like, they may even get other people to like gang up on you almost, or to, what's this, it's like to pin the blame on you when they may even know exactly what they're doing. They may know the kind of energy that others would have, and perspective others would have on you by them saying what they're saying. But they may have a victim mode too, like where they kind of present a woe is me, so people feel sorry for them and see you as harsh, when in actuality they might fully recognize that what they're doing is cruel. What they're doing isn't victimhood. Okay. And I also want to say, take this all like as one perspective. There's so much I could say to just keep going on forever, but like, okay, but if you change the perspective like this and talk about victimhood in another direction, and there's so much, but hopefully you get what is important in just this moment. Okay, they live in the harsh climates of the Himalayas where they cloak themselves in invisibility. I really love that for you. They cloak themselves in invisibility. Their inner knowing is enhanced, because it's like getting away from them and maybe everyone they involved in this. Their inner knowing is enhanced by observation. If snow leopard is your ally, intuition is your gift. The more you use it, the more accurate, successful, and responsive it becomes. If you are a snow leopard person, this totem asks you to learn self-reliance. A clear path will open for snow leopard. This feels so right for you. A clear path will open for snow leopard people if they watch for clues and signs from within. That feels like the path to exit, which feels like the desire for a lot of you. The path to exiting is seeing the truth. It's observing the truth. It's recognizing with your intuition what is really going on. Because, again, I want to say, they might present themselves as someone, they might be very spiritual, they might present themselves as someone extremely loving, they might be very well liked, they might be able to get a lot of other loving people to, I guess, side with them, or to have much compassion for them. And that might even turn into like malintent towards you. And this is about that recognition of the truth of them. Even if it's like you still see them in a loving way, there is something of a unhealed part of them that is driving them to respond in ways that really aren't holding of you. They really aren't acting from a compassion for what your experience is, for what is most healthy and best for you. Okay. A clear path forwards, I guess forward momentum could be important because it doesn't actually say that. A clear path will open for snow leopard people if they watch for clues and signs from within. Feelings of tension, feelings of tension, attention I just heard. Feelings of tension arise when they are not aligned with intuition. Yeah. There's a lot that you'll have to go here, it feels like, not based off what the mind or what you're seeing is telling you, but what your gut is telling you. How you feel in the environment. Do you feel more attacked, or do you feel like you're completely able to be like a vulnerable baby and be safe and be cared for and really seen, held? Because I think that in this case, that's not how you feel. That's not what your gut is telling you. Those with snow leopard as their totem need solitude. You require time alone, and if you begin to feel stifled, you must honor this need within you before you start to move forwards. Snow leopard people do their best thinking, creating, creating, and problem solving by themselves. Yeah, I think that might be something with you where the more perspectives you get on the situation, the more maybe people will put the blame on you. So there's a call to trust yourself here. I want to say, even if you lose people in the process. Again, if that's something that resonates with you, but I think if you've been resonating with the reading, you really want that out. You really want that exit. And so having people fall away that you love, that, or maybe even that you don't really feel so much peace towards, maybe now, is something that you're, I think, feeling more okay with experiencing. There is a small message for you, or a big message, of allowing things to be difficult, allowing maybe things to get messy if you personally intuitively feel like that is the way out, that is the way to peace and non-messiness in the end. Okay. Yeah, this is like, look out for yourself. Alone time. You must honor this need within you before you start to move forwards. Snow people do their best thinking, creating, and problem solving by themselves. They are master survivors. All leopards are linked with shamans, psychics, and intuitives. Snow leopards are regal, graceful, and daunting. They walk easily between the worlds, and if this is your totem, so will you. I have long loved a good snow leopard. And walk between the worlds is, my channel is called Weaver of Worlds. Okay. The contrary is, are you experiencing emotional turmoil from a lack of solitude? And we can switch that from a lack of solitude, if that doesn't apply, to a lack of self-assurance or a lack of self-belief. Have you become unbalanced from the busyness and noise of daily life? Are you following your intuition? Make time for yourself. Make life for yourself. Okay. Is that where we end the reading? I want to get a rune for you. Some of you might find this like you want to take this rune with you. Are we gonna get 30 stars? Which is about protection. Oh, we got 3. Okay, we have another like clean slate, but also that mystery. I think there's an acceptance that this is the word rune, by the way. Words. There's a call to allow things to be mysterious and to simply be led by intuition. Allow things to maybe even be unresolved. Allow things to kind of allow the cards to fall where they may. Then we have manas. This is making me think of community. That could also be getting help by those you trust. But what is that? Mankind, manas. And Bakaba. Is that called Bakaba? Bakana? I think it's Bakana. But I'm hearing the macabre, so that could be significant. It just does feel macabre, like movement. Yeah, Bakana. Oh, Bakana is birch tree. That's all about renewal. Renewal and nurturance. All centered around the self. I think really this like quote-unquote community card, the manas rune, I think this is again saying about the change of perspective, because there's a sense of like seeing it from every angle, changing the way you're viewing something. I think that's the click. It's changing the way you view something, doing a 180, seeing the other side. Like, I think maybe you've seen their side, because I'm seeing this as 2 sides. Oh, and this is also 2. It looks a little. Oh no, that's another one. Wunjo. I was thinking that it looked like 2 uri. What was it? Urus. Did I say 30 sas before? Oh no, it is 30 sas that I was thinking of. It looks like 2 of those, which feels like 2 attacking each other. Maybe you were being attacked before, so it's like calling in for you to actually defend yourself with, I'm not suggesting an attack, but something that balances out, which I think for you is just a perspective. It's in the mind. It's not taking on their perspective, it's taking on yours. And I think for a lot of you, knowing that their perspective isn't going to change with the awareness of yours, and so it's about continuing to remain in your personal perspective, because that's what cancels out their attack, quote unquote, or not quote unquote, take that as you will. Okay, yeah, and this 6 of Pentacles on your side is like, and the vulture, letting what is dead die and not trying to revive it, and giving to what is flourishing, giving to yourself in the way that will provide growth. Giving to that which is like a sapling, not that which is dead. Yeah, wow. Yeah, giving to that which is maybe solitary, and not that which is collectively, or a lot of just, it's nothing. It's maybe feeling quite like they lack so much that they're just trying to seep in, like they're trying to take so much energy because they feel a lack within themselves. And this is calling you to not feed into them, but to remain remain in your own perspective of really the truth of what you sense from them, and maybe you resonate with psychic attack from them, those terms, and yeah, putting your own love not into their drain but into your own nourishing garden, your own saplings, your own self. Okay, I have a lot of love for you, and let us hold each other in all that we are experiencing. I love you very much, and see you if I see you again, and much protection, I don't want to say protection, I want to say clarity of intuition, much confidence in your intuition, much intuition to you. Regardless. Okay, bye bye.